All right, and we're back. I believe, Mike, it is your turn.
It is. We paused as soon as we knew we were cut off, but we are back.
Hello.
Thanks to the amazing technological prowess of our friends here. And I have this Bowman.
Yes.
And the Bowman was right here.
That's a really good spot for that. It just puts me in a really awkward position. I don't appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let's see. I can actually, well, maybe it doesn't. Let's move forward with the general here.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and try to do some shenanigans.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm going to capture your alchemist because I want that alchemist.
Yeah, that's a good one to do. I couldn't jump over it because it requires me to jump and then slide.
Yep.
Let's see. Let's go. Let's move my Duke. There we go. There we go. Let's do that.
That was a good plan. I'm going to... Might as well try and draw something.
Mm-hmm.
Summon some power. And I drew the one card I didn't want to draw.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. He's still a wall.
Oh, the Sage. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of tricky corners.
Yep.
All right. Well, I can't quite attack it, so I will use the General Command ability to remove the Duke to another location within the General's command.
Right.
Flipping the General over, like so.
Okay. I don't like that general. He's going to be too good for you.
Yep.
As we go. And again, you are not in guard because of that gap.
I am not in guard because of the gap, but I will still take out the Sage.
I am.
Yeah, because my Bowman's in danger.
Yep.
But I'm only down to 2 pieces, so I got to start building back up.
Wow. Really? Have we run the bag?
Well, 2 pieces. You're running through my bag. My army's kind of crunching it. Okay, I am in check now, so I must move or protect.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and just move this down here.
Okay. And... put that there.
Ooh. Priest. Alright, let's go ahead and... Evasive maneuvers.
Ugh.
Get me to an opposite side here.
For so long, I was so close to having you. I'm going to jump to here.
Oh, nice.
Put you in guard.
What is this? Alright, let's move ourselves here. Nope, that still puts me in guard.
Yep. Still in guard.
From
the Ranger. Oh, nope, that's up one.
Here.
You're right.
So it's right here.
My apologies.
No worries. Alright, yeah, I guess I can do that. I'm just running around.
Yep.
Goodness. Alright. Bringing a dude out. Let's bring the pikemen. I like the pikemen, but...
Upside.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. It's not super good at the very back here. See that?
No, it's not a strong suit.
No.
So I'm going to go... there.
Nice. I think that's check. I think you got it. I think it's checkmate. I can't move my Duke.
Nope.
Yeah, so that's it.
That's
GG!
Thanks.
Very nice. Yeah, you chasing me around here. That's so fun. I love this game, though.
I really like this game. I play it again and again. It's funny, when Catalyst gets together, we'll get together often, because we're a remote company, right?
Yeah.
So none of us live really near each other. But we'll all get together, and there are high-level planning sessions happened while we're playing the Duke.
Yeah. I believe, because it's just one of those where like you can do multiple things at the same time.
Yeah.
Like it's not overly aggressive because you see what every piece does, and so like, I'll move here, I'll just do that, and it's kind of like a puzzle as you go, so it's as deep or as like involved as you'd like it to be. Mm-hmm. I think you mentioned, or the idea was put out there of tournaments for Duke.
Yep.
Which would be really fun. I think it'd be really, really enjoyable.
We have run tournaments in the past, and actually our CEO, Lauren Coleman, is stupid good at it.
Really?
He'll run those tournaments like the chess somewhere. Someone's playing 5 games of chess.
Yeah.
He'll do that with these, and
that's so fun.
I have beaten him. I don't often beat him.
Yeah.
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 I don't know if we have time to bust out a second
We
game.
got time for probably one more game of Duke. We could probably do another game of Duke here.
Yeah, that'd be fine with me.
Let's do another one. All right. Go for it. You won, make first move.
Why don't you look? I went first last time.
Alrighty then. I'm going to try out with a different starting setup.
Not that one.
Let's see. Well, I don't know if it's going to work or not. We're going to try.
Neither do I.
We'll move a footman forward. All right. Yes.
Just a nice clean board, right?
Yes. All right, let's give me a new dude. There's the pikeman coming out at a more reasonable time. We'll go here.
I'm glad you put him there.
Yeah. I am too.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, no, because instant guard, like you'd have to like.
Yeah.
So.
True.
I'm gonna summon.
The
Duke is going to reach into his bag of tricks and summon a wizard. Hey, see, I called it. So the wizard is interesting.
It's a very powerful piece.
Yes.
Very flexible. Let's move my Duke over.
Okay.
Alright, let's bring out another piece. A bowman.
That wizard can jump.
That wizard can
everywhere.
Really jump. That's kind of gnarly. Alright, we'll try this.
Okay. Bring out another piece.
Yep.
The sage. The humble sage.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
What's the other side of this pikeman do? Oh, I kind of like that. Alright. Let's bring that up over here.
Okay.
Nice. Alright, let's bring a piece out. Arbalist. Ooh. That wizard is so annoying.
As they are wants to be.
Yeah, they can move so many options. Yeah, we'll go right here, which kind of feels weird, but we'll try it.
Okay. I believe I'm going to remove that pikeman from
this realm.
That's fair.
The wizard is like perfectly positioned. So well done. All right, we'll go here. No, I can't go there. We'll go here. I'm hoping for options, and the options are not optioned in the way I'd like them to.
I believe that's game.
Yeah, that is game. Dang it! Oh my gosh. The wizard. So strong.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like it.
What kind of time do we have?
We got about 15 minutes until our next scheduled thing. What is the plan for Duke moving forward? Now that this is like the reprint and everything, and I heard that the rule book is actually much more linear, or like in the sake of streamlining.
Yep. So the original Duke had a 17, 18-page rule book,
which is crazy.
That's because it had a lot of had tiles in there that do different things.
Sure.
There's some things we trimmed out, but also there were some scenarios like capture the flag and things like that. We realized the core game is so good. We realized people weren't really playing those alternate scenarios.
Sure.
Just the core is so good.
Yeah.
We released a ton of expansion tiles with the original Duke, and the rules were meant to cover all of that.
Yeah.
My hope is that this sells really well, and that we will release a new iteration of the Duke, of this pressboard Duke. I'd love to do it every year to 2.
Yeah.
Because we could redo the Viking version. We could redo the Centurion Roman version.
Okay.
We also have one waiting in the wings called Daimyo.
Daimyo. Oh,
yes.
So like a Japanese type of art. Oh, that sounds fun.
And the thing about the thing is, you could always play. You could take a Centurion army and play a Duke army.
That's cool.
You can always play. You could play against each other, which is really fun. I'd also like to bring the expansion tiles back. The way we did it was we did like 4 tiles, 4 or 6 tiles in a bag, a pegboard.
Yeah.
And that got very difficult to manage. Since we're doing pressboard, I would like to do the expansion tiles.
Yeah.
Like it just says must have the Duke to play. Then the expansion tiles.
And that'll be cool because then you could like do a bunch of different things. Because I remember and recall the Duke had like a Robin Hood expansion,
which was really cool.
Which is really thematic.
Arthurian
and I love that.
expansions too. Through Musketeers.
Yeah, I love that.
There's a lot of things you can really do.
Yeah.
Do with that.
This lends itself to really being something where like I bring my army, you bring your army, and we try to capture each other's Duke or whoever is the commander and leader of it. And I think that's really cool. It's like a build your own army, which that exists a lot, but this is kind of like in a chess form.
Yeah,
I like that.
Well, that's why we included blank tiles. We want your imagination to experiment and say, hey, I want to do something.
I love that. I think that's really, really cool. We only have a few more minutes left here, but if you'd like to come by and play the Duke with us over at 1603 here in, what hall is that?
Hall H.
H. I know my numbers. Hall H, you'll be able to find us there all day today and all day tomorrow for as long as or as little as we have left of GenCon.
Yep.
Not only that, but we have all these other wonderful games, such as Barkeep's Bones, which is Mike and I's newest game, collaboration between Quincy's Tavern and Catalyst Game Labs, which is our Pirates Dice with extra rules and flavor and magic and chaos over there. And so if you see a bunch of pirates over there throwing down dice, that's what we're doing. So come and join us.
We have an amazing team this year.
Oh, they're so good.
And we have Quincy's first game, Guardians of the Four Winds, being shown off. We have that Leviathans being shown off.
Is here.
We're showing off Parachute Panda.
Yeah,
Shadowrun Takedown. We've got a lot in the Catalyst board game booth going on. And we opened up this morning with a bagpiper.
I did. I heard that was very lovely. It was kind of like a mixture between like a Scottish and then it went into Star Wars and everything.
Back and forth. And she did amazing.
It was
awesome.
Great. It was so good.
So we're having a lot of fun this year. Yes, Gen Con is a lot of work, especially if you work the show as an exhibitor.
Yeah.
There's no place else I'd rather be this week.
It's rejuvenating. It
rejuvenating.
is. Like we go home. Obviously, we go home tired. Like as every con weekend or whatever. But it's so fun. Like I look forward to it every year. Gen Con is just so wonderful.
And if you work in the games industry or the media industry,
and
you're not going to have fun, you really should just go do something else because there's so much fun to be had here, even on the worst days.
Yeah, like we're just here playing games and rolling dice and playing cards, and there's something for everybody here. So come by, stop by to see us at the Catalyst board game booth, 1603 Hall H. Play some games with us.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Quincy.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes.
We'll see you guys later.
See ya.
All right, everyone, welcome back to GenCon Day 3. We are finally at Saturday. That is super exciting. I am Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs, and we are coming live from the Catalyst Game Labs streaming booth outside of Hall D. We have been going for 3 days straight now. My math is not helping quite so much. I should probably check my rolls this evening to do some fantastic streaming for you, showing off some good stuff. But this is the time you've been waiting for. This is the time you've been clamoring for. This is lunchtime confessions with Ray Arostia, BattleTech Line developer, the opportunity to ask him all the good questions and see all the coolness that's coming out. Now, we are so happy to be here. Ray, as always, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. So that's good and exciting. You've got some big releases today. Everything's been going out for the last few days. Can you tell us a little bit about what you have brought to the table, specifically the core box?
Well, yeah, that is the main thing, is the new core products. So we've got a brand new starter box, we've got a brand new core box, and we have a brand new rule book. We're very excited about these products, especially the rule book, because this is the first time that we've had a new shift in the rules since Total Warfare 21 years ago at this point. And we've retooled both of the boxes. Not only to bring them up to speed with the revised core rules, but we've just rethought. Sorry, it's also day whatever for me. Rethought about the best way that they would be serving both brand new players coming into it via the starter or just the core, but as well as giving something fresh to people who already have the previous boxes and the previous core book, and I think it serves many purposes, and the hype has been really great. And now that we're finally selling them here at the convention, they've been doing really well. People, have been really happy about it. Picked it up, looked through it. People who have participated in the play test since last year. So I'm really happy so far with how it's been received.
Some really great data from day one. I seem to remember early on at one point we were selling a box every 6 seconds. Yeah. The thing that has stunned me is with a lot of these new minis that are in the box set and in the it's not the beginner box, core starter box. The starter box.
The starter box.
The starter box with its brand new 2 minis right there. Mm-hmm. People are not buying 1; they're buying 5 copies, 6 copies. It is flying off the shelves. We brought a ton, but we're even diminishing that massive stock, which is very exciting. But it's been a great time. It's been very, very exciting. And one of the things you'd mentioned earlier, too, is the great connection of this isn't a new edition. This is an update to the rules. Randall likes to call it an errata or the 1.2 because it's not a new edition. I still think from the demo agent side, we always pride ourselves on if you played BattleTech in 1984 and you sat down with the core box set right now, you'd be able to pick it up within 4 minutes. The changes are not extensive. They are wonderful clarifications. They are wonderful updates. But the same core game that we have loved for over 40 years is still there.
Exactly. I think Randall's trying to make the name refit and refresh a thing because he loves gimmicky titles and stuff. But you can tell from the name of all these new products that I rather make it straightforward so somebody knows exactly, okay, this is the starter box. Boring name, but you know what it is. This is the core box, okay? Core rule book, not, the Master of the Seven Seas, some gimmicky title like that. So, surprisingly, since we've always done that sort of thing, it's those names aren't coming to us, the simple names, but that's what it is. Starter box, core box, and core rule book. I wanted to address a couple things before we move forward. Because that anecdote of people picking up several boxes at a time, that goes back to what I said, that, on the one hand, there are people picking up several for friends back home, people that they've been trying to bring into the game and such. And, of course, we've refreshed it. There's lots of things in that box that you want to have, even if you've been playing for 40 years. Yep. And the 2 brand new miniatures that haven't been seen in plastic before. I think one was a premium at one point. But so there's many reasons that these new products are attractive. And I also want to address a concern that I've been seeing. There's worry about, scalpers, people just picking up all unlimited amounts, and they're seeing them on eBay and everything. And all I can tell you is we're not supporting scalpers. The people buying from scalpers are supporting them. I believe that these products, correct me if you know otherwise, I believe they're already in the warehouse, so they're going to hit stores very soon. Just be patient, and you get them at retail, get them at your local stores or whoever you usually buy your products from. We did not set any caps because of that reason. These are going to be available. These are not like con exclusives. You're not going to have to wait 6 months for them. So if you have concerns about scalpers, just don't buy from them.
Also, on our industry spotlight last night with Lauren Coleman, we really focused on, he actually came out and said, in the past, BattleTech has been a little slower to get to some of the stores, but that was because of the massive, massive interest that we're looking at. Total Warfare. We had to keep reprinting Total Warfare, and every time Actually, I'm not going to use Total Warfare as an example. I'm going to use salvage boxes as an example. We have done literally over 10 million salvage boxes, and still we cannot keep them on the shelves. They are just blowing out there on a regular basis. We cannot order enough to go out, and that is exciting. But it's that level of demand. It's that level of excitement that we're looking at, that things keep going out. And once again, these are not con exclusives. With the core box sets will hopefully be out in retail shortly if they're not already on their way.
Yep.
And once again, we've got a new sales director. Paul Chapman's doing a great job there.
He's great.
A lot of stuff is going out fantastic. So we hope to see even more. And it's an exciting time. But there's still plenty of them here. Come get them. Buy them for your friends. Do what you want to do. But exactly as you said, if you're giving them to the scalpers and doing the secondary market, that is your choice. But that also fixes into what you get there.
Yep.
Which is lovely. I also I want to ask you a question before we dive in there, because this is not, when we've redone the boxes recently, the 40th edition and everything else, it's been a game of armored combat, and it's the same mechs, it's the same point in history we've been diving in. This is different. The core box takes a different direction on things. Do you want to speak on that at all, or?
Well, it's just, despite the different core boxes, Game of Armor combat boxes that we've had over the past 40 years, we always start with 3025 and the so-called intro tech, because that is the simplest place for people to start. However, then the divide between what we're producing and the story that we're telling and where that box starts has gotten wider and wider and wider to where we're over 100 years in universe. And it's actually becoming harder to move past that core into everything else contemporary that we produce. And so this was going to happen one day, because we want new people that are introduced to be able to jump from that box to the stories that we're publishing, the source books that we're putting out. And, as you've seen through Catalyst especially, our history is we're not leaving other eras behind, and we have no problem with whatever your favorite era may be. I'm a third Succession War guy. Third, not even fourth. No, not fourth, third Succession War. So I understand that difficulty of, the company is leaving me behind, the story is leaving me behind. No, you still have your favorite place, and we're still producing things for all of these eras. I know the Blakist era folks might take issue with that, but we're working on that. And the decision didn't come easily, but I will say coming to that decision has taken years and years and years, to the point where, if you recall, the last time we reprinted a Game of Armored Combat, we went ahead and inserted a current storyline booklet, just to help people a little bit say, okay, this is the core of BattleTech 3025. This is where it was born, where it came to life. But please read this book, because this is where we're at now. You got a little bit of catching up to do, and we really don't want to. As somebody who was a demo agent forever, and before that, just informally teaching people BattleTech, we always tended to give them the fire hose. Here's, you like BattleTech, you're interested, great. Here's all this stuff you have to read. Here is all the things you need to catch up with the rules and everything. Where we should be starting new people with, you are here. You could ride with us from here on. You could explore all the way back. It's all there, and it's all great. But As the first products that people get into, it should introduce them into everything that we're currently doing.
And that's an exciting point. Once again, you've raised the great point that we're not ignoring 3025. Yeah. We're not ignoring the original Star League era, but there's only so much we can look at, and the story has moved on to this new portion. It will continue to move on to fun and exciting eras as we move forward there. But this is a really great way to jump in now, and just from a pure sales perspective, if you bought a game of Armored Combat 15 years ago, you had the same minis in there as you did 5 years ago.
Exactly.
And now this is different. One of the reasons people are grabbing these box sets are there are new minis in there. Minis, some of them that have never been in print and never been in plastic before.
Exactly.
So that is really exciting.
Another thing that I saw just in the past couple days online, that whether miscommunication, misrepresentation, or whatever, is because we've already said this on the stream. Yeah. But some people took it as the mechs in the core box were problematic, and we didn't like, people new to the game shouldn't be picking up an Awesome or a Locust or what have you, and that those mechs in particular were problematic. No, because they do work in all the eras. Yeah. The only reason we switched them out is when we started going with the new direction, and we were going to make this box current. Again, this was for people who already have these boxes and don't need them, and they could get the core rulebook. They don't need this refresher. Well, let's put all new miniatures that we haven't done there before, and that's added value. And again, we could have left in the Awesome or the Catapult, and there was serious discussion about that. Because they work just as well as in the current era.
Oh, yeah.
And you take a look at what we did instead of saying, okay, this is the Ill Clan box and we're going to just put brand new, is we filled holes in all the prior eras where we don't have miniatures yet and drop them in brand new. And that way, we're not cutting anybody out. We took another step with this box to give everybody a little bit of something.
Oh, yeah. And once again, there's a certain charm to new mechs, new directions and things. If you've got an Awesome, a standard 8Q, it's the 8Q is the standard Awesome, right? 332, 332, fire PPCs, that is great. You know what the range is, you know what you're looking at. Great mech, works just as well now as it did 20 years ago. But at that same point, if you're looking for new weapons, if you're looking for new methods of moving things, new movement profiles, these mechs really do provide something new. And the beginner set, claws, cool things like that. That's exciting.
Which, again, is presented in that box as a sort of addendum and optional thing because it really is aimed as this is your first step into these rules. They are simplified and streamlined here. But something that we found with the prior beginner box was that those were solid, fun rules, and people just wanted to live in the space of that beginner box and the two miniatures that were in there, which, whilst perfectly fine, to this day, I'm fine with people doing that. But obviously what we want is people to take the next step and the next step. So we had to make sure that we planted that right there in the starter box. Like, here are the rules for these guys. But that's just the beginning, right? So you would have to move on to the core rule book or the core box to get, the bigger expanse of rules.
Very cool. Thank you, Ray. I really appreciate it. That's kind of what I wanted to get to, so I appreciate that there. So what else can you tell us is coming out? We've got what the core box is right now, but what else is coming down the line for you?
Oh, wow. See, I didn't access that part of my brain today. Let me think.
Gotcha.
We've got...
What have you done for me lately, Ray?
Yeah. Okay, I actually
check the list.
I wrote it down.
The magic list.
Okay, as far as the rules, we're still developing how we could get all the other rules from the Total Warfare line.
How many books were there in total? I'm trying to think. There was Strategic Ops. There was...
Before or after we split them because there were tomes.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus. I get hazy because we counted the Time of War. At one point was counted among them. Originally, the Universe book was supposed to be part of that line. 7 plus is the best thing I could say.
And Universe Book 2 is out next year?
Please. Don't do that to me.
We were joking about that with Randall and Lauren earlier during Randall Leaks. So, no.
I would like to hear feedback from the folks. If you think the universe book should have a refresher in a few years, because we stopped right before the Ill Clan era, so that basically this would be your primer if you're coming in new for this era. We didn't want to cover it, so you'd still have you could read all those pieces of fiction and so on, and discover the stuff yourself, the surprises, twists and turns. But I wonder if in 5 years or so we should revisit it, expand it a little bit, see what kind of feedback we have on anything that we might, benefit changing and so on. Or I still wake up some nights, in a cold sweat, like, oh my God, I forgot this. How did I not put this in the book? I just I'd like to get some feedback on that if you folks would let me know.
50th anniversary will be coming up soon enough.
That would be the good place for it.
That would be a good place for it. Gives you a little time to rest and relax right there. That is good.
But the core rule book, there are many things that people consider missing from that. Just like with Total Warfare, people complained with that line, well, if I want this rule, I have to go to this book over here. And, well, it's a similar line of thinking, and I hope we've learned enough from Total Warfare in that the point is that core rule book, this is what we are considering core moving forward. Not like we're not going to allow you to play any other way or with any of the rules that you liked before. It's a message that we're sending for new people. This is the core. This is the baseline. When people meet up, this is what you're going to play. You don't have to stop there. Okay? So the very first book that we're trying to develop now will be featuring ground vehicles, ground combat vehicles, infantry, battle armor, that sort of thing. And we're really thinking now that we have this whole breadth of rules from Total Warfare. Let me just say one little snide thing. There's always people that say, the BMR. We had the BMR. And nothing outside the BMR mattered. We had everything we needed there. Yet we can't fit all of the Total Warfare stuff into one book. We literally, during the process, had to go back and reprint books split into two because there was so much. But we're not looking to throw any of that away. We're just saying this is the way that we think is the best way for new people to learn and pick up. And we're going to go back to these rules. Little by little, we're looking at making smaller books, easier to digest, and thematic. Okay, thematic. So you won't have to catch them all. Okay, you just get the one that you want, so you could do your fully fleshed out tanks and such. We think another book we're going to dedicate to environmental effects and different planetary conditions and so on and things like that. We want to make the books not just tighter compared to the Total Warfare line, but more thematic. So it's easier for you to pick and choose what you want outside of that core book.
And that's important to know because, once again, as we've talked about the Total Warfare series, it is meant to be a multitude of scales. You can play Battle Force scale. You can have regiment on regiment. You can do every inch of the battles. You can jumping into the system, to the aerospace battles, into the ground battles, into the time of war RPG system itself, where you can figure out the genealogy of your cat down to there's a chart about what sort of allergies you have on any particular planet. It can get very, very granular, but at that same point, it leaves you open to wonderful opportunities for storytelling and great environmental battles across various scopes, which is one of the charms of BattleTech itself.
Right. Let me just take a slight turn there,
please,
to talk to the aerospace lovers out there, because it'll take time, but we acknowledge that you're out there. There's been talk that I hate aerospace or warships, or Randall doesn't like them, or the whole anti-LAM thing, and so on and so on. But just to give you guys a little taste of what's in the future, far, far future in some cases, but first off, don't forget that we have the battlefield support system. So if you like some aerospace flavor in your game, but you're not an aerospace person. You just want that full combined arms total warfare thing. You have the BFS, which just simulates strikes and bombings, and you could bring aerospace to the table without literally bringing aerospace or playing a concurrent game. Besides that, we had gone back and forth, and I've made clear what my public stance was, but I lost here, okay? And besides that, in the core rulebook, we do have an expanded system for BFS aerospace. So you can bring your aerospace miniatures, which we'll be seeing more of very soon, and you just have sort of like a little side, letter size sheet where you can keep track of where they are, not maneuvering in space or anything, but just basically what their intent is, whether they're going to do a strike on the table, whether they're intercepting enemy fighters, and so on. It expands that concept just a little bit. There's a little bit more of gameplay involved there, and it's actually pretty darn cool. So that is part of core. Okay. We've been public for a while that we are making a separate aerospace game. I mean, this completely departs. As of this time, it does not necessarily interact with the rest of the BattleTech games, but we're going full aerospace game. And again, these miniatures are going to be compatible with everything else we're going to do. Okay, so like for example, I think we remastered the Union dropship, and we finally have the Leopard out. And some of the things included in that box is to sort of front load their use in this new game called. Okay. Remember the name? It's Incursion. Yes, Incursion. No, Incursion. Nice. So look for Incursion. That's not coming out tomorrow or next month, but it's been in development for over a year at this point. And so that'll be the next thing that you'll see for aerospace, is a completely contained aerospace and dropship-ish game. We're really excited about that. I think we're even having some playtests here this year.
We're doing some play testing right now.
And one other thing that I will add, because I know there are people that still love the old Aerotech. And I've said again and again, the thing is that the base for that is so small. I remember 20 years ago when we did Total Warfare, and we put Aerotech in there, that I was sort of like, well, why are we doing this if every time we do anything Aerotech, we just have the few hardcore people and it's just not sustainable? And the response I got is because if we don't put it in here, we'll never see it again. It'll be dead. So we've been keeping it afloat for a while. We removed it from core. But depending how we do with Incursion, depending how people like the two versions of the BFS aerospace, and depending how this new line does of these smaller books, it's very possible later on in the game that we may just bring back Aerotech as its own little sort of self-contained book, and give those hardcore people, what they deserve, what they've been asking for. But we have to see how everything else does first.
That is fantastic.
So I don't want to put out false hope. I'm just saying there's always hope. Okay?
So for all of you who are listening in right there, you all heard it here first. 2026 PAX Unplugged, Warships will be there in their own box set.
And make sure that you note that I didn't say any of that.
No, that was my colleagues making it up right there. No, we really appreciate that, Ray, and your dedication and the dedication of your team to working on some of the aerospace stuff is very impressive. I believe we got back 9.5 hours worth of some of video play testing to look at some things, so that was really exciting, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing. So that is wonderful.
Yeah.
But what else are we looking at right there? Can we talk about something about Aces? Do we have some Aces?
The second box for Aces is Snowblind, and I'm told we barely missed the window for getting it here. So it's it takes a look at the Dominion era of the map and the Dominion Civil War. It's got a lot of miniatures in that pack that people have been clamoring for years at this point. We're really excited for it. And, with a little bit of squinting, hand waving, you could carry on from Scouring Sands to Snowblind. But again, the core to that box is going to be the Aces system, which allows you to do either co-op play or solo play, which we've been looking for that for years and years and years, and now with Aces we have that, and we're really happy and excited for it. The plan is for 4 boxes. Mm-hmm. I can't off the top of my head remember the names of the other 2. They deal with Capellans, Snow Ravens,
Wrath and Glory, and I'm trying to remember the 4th one too. Wrath and Reprisal and Control Burn. Okay. Yes. I was in Josh Derrickson, myself, and John Helfers were in the lobby of Origins when we were coming up with the names of them, so I had to remember them at least vaguely.
Yeah, so my understanding is that Box 3 is in the early stages of production, late stages of pre-production, somewhere in there, and the 4th one is deep in development. And that won't be the end of Aces, but we really don't have any information we could discuss past that point. But we're
can only plan on the next 2 boxes, Ray. Can't think of all the way into the future.
well, I mean, there's only 24 hours in a day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be ahead of the game.
But unfortunately, you use all of that. I've not seen you use any of that for sleeping. You've been using all that for working. So we appreciate
both,
that,
brother.
as a fan. Yes.
So I'll just go through my list of the newest things. As far as our Force Packs and new miniatures, of course, people still point to a list that we had 3-4 years ago now?
The KerenchiKon 2 years ago list that Randall leaked, yes.
Which, the day that came out, I said, look, this is going to change by next week. And it has. It constantly changes. So, all that stuff is still on the list somewhere, shuffled around. Those are things we want to do. We've added new things and so on. So I could just tell you what's floated to the top right now.
Yep.
Right? There is the Camachos Caballeros box, which... got to warn you guys, it doesn't have any of the classic Caballeros, right? It's has new stuff, and we will see new fiction for the Caballeros sometime in the future. So it's aligned with that, and it's got some favorites in there, like the Hunchback. Is it 5P? It's the laser Hunchback. Everybody loves that. There's a variant of the Phoenix Hawk, the Swayback, yeah. One of the Phoenix Hawk Ks, which is really cool. Blanking on the variant, but it's got some good stuff. The revised Grand Titan, which you've seen artwork for. There's a few pieces of it in the new core book. We've got the Albatross in there. That should be next up. I could tell you 2 more things that are right at the top. Is the Fox Patrol. Is very near the top. That may follow Caballeros, and I don't recall if I'm not supposed to say that. So if I'm no longer line developer, I wasn't supposed to talk about the Fox Patrol, but that's the next one up. The Ares, right? The Ares tripod, which I'm really looking forward to, because that box is going to have your Ares, and then all the optional
for the Poseidon and the
exactly. So you can make all the variants, including the newest one, the Apollo, because it's really. It exists as a mishmash of some of the existing ones. So you get that box, and us modelers will take magnets and stuff, and we'll have all the Ares variants we want out of that. And I believe there is a Wolf Force Pack.
Really?
I believe somewhere in that mix near the top.
What kind of wolf?
6 of one, half dozen the other. It might be Wolf Empire. It might be Ill Clan. It might be sort of classic Wolf. I don't recall. But those are the ones that I think have floated near the top that are in development, or I should say in mid sculpting.
Yeah,
is already being worked on. Otherwise, Force Packs. I could open up the list and go through them, but again, it won't matter, next week.
Yeah.
So, besides that, talking source books, very next thing we're looking at is the force manual for the invading clans. So that's been tied up for a long time, and we finally made a dent in it with layout. And I will be passing that over to Dak in the next week or two.
Nice.
So we will see that hopefully early next year. We have the Matter of the Pleiades. This is going to be similar to we call them the round-the-clock books, Tamar Rising, Empire Alone, and so on. It's going to be a book in that style, but we're going to take a look at the periphery. Mostly the southern periphery with the Magistracy, the Taurians, and so on. One of the central stories woven through there is the reunification of the Taurian Concordat and the other half that broke off. Totally blanking, I'm sorry. But we're going to look at the periphery in general, which also includes the Raven Alliance. So this will be where we get our first big source book look at the Raven Alliance since Field Manual 3145, years and years now. And we'll take a look at the Barons and the old Bandit Kingdoms, that area, all the weird stuff that's going on in the Lyrian Outback with those breakaway states. And I'm really looking forward to what the team has put together. And if we're lucky, we'll see that first quarter next year. That's what we're shooting for.
Sounds good.
We will be doing another Hinterlands-ish source book through the lens of the Kellhounds and sort of revisit all those factions in that area and what's going on. So that book and the prior one, Matter of the Pleiades, we're moving the timeline forward just a bit, 6 months to a year. With those two books. So there's new material in there and updated information to go along with some of the fiction that's coming out. That's not my purview, though, but so we'll be catching up along with them. In general, we've had lots of bottlenecks with production, mainly layout. So we actually have a lot of products sitting on the shelf that should come out. We want them to come out, and we're finally moving the needle there. So one thing that we've been doing on the side are PDF products for these field manuals, which mostly take place. They cover succession wars to late clan invasion. Okay, but we've been producing PDFs, or I should trying to produce PDFs that update them to the Ill Clan era, and that's just tied up in that whole bottleneck. And we should be seeing movement on them again very soon. And I want them to catch up with the field manuals that we've been putting out. Along with that, again, a shout out to people who love the previous eras, is we've had Brush Wars. We've been working on that for a decade. And we finally got the first installment of Brush Wars out last year. And that's in the Brush War style, Wars of the Republic style. They'll eventually be in print. We'll have 3 different sort of campaigns or coverages thematically linked together. But the first step is we're producing them just as one story, one thing per PDF. We've got Succession Wars in there, lots of third Succession War stuff, which I love. We'll be touching on clan invasion things and so on. Basically, anything that's not like Dark Age or Ill Clan era, we're going to be producing there, and I think that's going to be really, really popular.
Oh, yeah.
It's just in the entire line of things that we've fallen into these bottlenecks and crevices, it is the lowest priority, unfortunately. But I really want to get back to that. And just a quick shout out to my assistant developer, Aaron Cahall, who has championed this for years and years and years. And Eric Salzman and Johannes Hiedler, who specifically are the ones running that line. So thanks to them and all of you out there for your patience on this. We would have loved to have this already, 12 issues deep, but we will get back to it. And then just a quick blurb. It's already been out there that one of the things we are slowly developing is a Hesperus box set. There's not much I could say about that. I would rather give you solid details than let your imagination, go wild and then be disappointed. But there really isn't anything I could talk about it just yet. We do want to cover all the 5,000 battles of Hesperus in there somehow, and also somehow make it a miniature box. It needs to contain new useful rules, but that is something we're all really excited about. It's just a very slow burn to get this thing developed.
Very true.
And that is my short list on what we're focusing on at the moment.
Sounds good, Ray. You ready for some questions? We
Yeah,
got about
let's do
20
that.
minutes to go, so let's jump in for some questions there. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat right here. If you've already asked them and I haven't gotten to them yet, I'm going to be jumping around, so feel free to put them in again, so that is good. So going up a little bit. Going up, can we get a model for conventional infantry like snowblind, snowmobile, mechanized infantry?
Is that a question about snow blind?
Can we get a model for conventional infantry like snowblind, snowmobile, mechanized infantry? Is that a token or is that an actual? Because it's not a mini, I don't believe.
I would have to look at the list, but I believe that we have a sort of snow Arctic vehicle in that set. But like mechanized infantry or any kind of infantry has been problematic. I know that's something that Lauren has been working with Leah primarily, but other means, because the plastic and the production that we use for the mech miniatures, the vehicle miniatures, just does not do justice to elementals or conventional infantry. Me personally, I pushed that would be perfect for our premium line, where the material and production we used previously, and now we have a new production system for them. Like, I think the first one is we revised the Mad Cat TC / Timberwolf Mad Cat W, and premiered at the con here. That new process, the elementals and infantry would just come out crisp and perfect. So the answer is yes, someday. I don't know when and I don't know how, but we want that.
Sounds good. So, Hinterlands 2, will it be the same region, same time, same region, timeline forward, or Terror Word's portion near Sky that didn't really show up in Hinterlands 1?
Well, it depends what you mean by the question. Like I mentioned the source book that's kind of from the Kellhound lens. That will be sort of the same area, some of the same players and so on, but not on my list is the Hotspots series, which we did Hotspots Hinterlands, and then recently Hotspots Draconis Reach. Those have been really well received, so we're working on more. The one that's in development right now is Hotspots Sky. So that will give us some of the sort of that southern area of the Falcon OZ. So if that's what you're interested in, that's the one you want to look out for, is Hotspots Sky.
Sounds good. What mechs and vehicles are slated for Aces, Wrath, and Reprisal? Can you tell us any of those?
Not off the top of my head. Again,
that's fair.
I've got access to
You've got a million in your head.
Yeah.
So it's. Will we be able to get PDFs for the core rulebook before it arrives in retail?
My understanding is no, and that's something that we discussed at length. And as far as that goes, I'm low on the total poll of that type of discussion. If it was up to me, yes, 100% yes. But it goes into issues we've had in the past with our website or our fulfillment people about doing pre-orders. It just falls under that. It would essentially be some sort of pre-order. Because while you're just looking to buy the PDF, that works. But then what about folks that want it combined with their physical product? At this stage, it would still be a pre-order, and that runs into problems that are above my pay grade. So as far as I understand, unfortunately, no.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ray. The Clan Protectorate isn't listed on the map in the new core rulebook. Is this an oversight, or will something happen to the Protectorate?
It's there. It's not listed because it is part of the Free Worlds League.
Fair. Are other provinces of the Free Worlds League on the map? I haven't seen it.
There you go.
Same thing. Got it. How many meals have we managed to get in at GenCon?
I haven't eaten yet today, so...
So that's something Ray's going to have to do in just a few minutes there. During his lunchtime confessions, we've stolen him away.
Yeah, confession number one. I haven't had lunch.
Yeah. Seascale Marauder, pretty please.
My favorite mech. So, no kidding. If I had enough pull, we'd have it.
Is there a timeline for force packs from the Game of Armored Combat box?
No, but they'll be out again. We have to take a look because even before we got into the new miniatures for the new core box, we've already been dropping some of those. To say there's already force packs coming up that have some of those miniatures. Mm-hmm. So we need to take that into account still when we reevaluate what new force packs we want to put these into. You know, it wasn't as easy as the clan Battlestar, where we're deprecating the clan invasion box, but all of those miniatures now are available as the clan Battlestar force pack. So it's not as simple of a swap. As soon as we do have that figured out, we will, yell that from the rooftops because, again, we don't have a problem with those miniatures. They're 3025 originally, but they are classics in every era. So once we have that sorted out, they will probably go to the top of the list, and we'll let people know that they're coming.
Gotcha. We got a good question. What is the vision for Ironwind's medals? We're going to save that one for one of our fireside chats later on when we've got Randall Bills and Lauren Coleman on. We talked a little bit more about a Game of Armored Combat. Will the classic Alpha Strike box stay in stock? It has been the best way for new players to start if they have a 30-25 community.
Yes, that will stay in production, and we want to give Alpha Strike the same sort of treatment that we did with the core. We have a whole new Alpha Striker. That is to say that over the 10-ish years or so of Alpha Strike, we've accumulated lots of feedback, things that should change, things that we want to change, but are so major that we couldn't just slip in as errata or here's a tweak to the Commander's Edition or so on. These are big enough changes, like we'd have to change all the cards and so on. And I think the only way that's fair to do that is to produce an Alpha Strike 2.0. So it's just a matter of time. This year we wanted to roll out playtesting for that. We have not been able to, but keep your eyes out for public playtesting and feedback on that sometime in the near future.
Wonderful.
Until then, we're going to keep producing the box. We're going to keep it in stock.
We appreciate that. Battle value for the published abominations, please. So we've got abominations coming. I don't think you know the battle values for them off the top of your head right now.
No, I apologize. And it's not 100% my purview. I will say, though, we have sort of a lateral direction there in that we have a PDF, which again is kind of mired in the backlog, but we have a PDF that will allow you to construct abominations, and you'll have the battle value and so on. And I say lateral because it'll be one of our kind of horror/comedy, is it canon, is it not, PDFs. I'm not going to give anything away with it, but it should be fun. And for people that love Gothic, it should have those, quote-unquote construction rules for abominations.
That is very
cool. And when that floats to the top, I'll make sure to let people know that this also ties in laterally with Gothic, and you want to look here. They're not abominations per se, but that's the lateral shift there.
The lateral theory.
Yeah.
Cool. Some good questions buried in there, but I want to get some new and fresh ones while we're here. Can Inner Sphere at War get updated information for starting points other than 3025, even if only in PDF?
Unfortunately, that will have to wait until we, as I said, the supplemental, smaller set of rule books, we'll have to wait till that comes up and we readdress it. We'll have to look at all the feedback over the years that we've gathered on that system, and whether it's just slight updates or we completely rebuild it. It may be something to do with the Hesperus box even, but whenever we revisit those rules, that's unfortunately when you'll get updates to all the eras for that system.
Is there a chance the Champion will get a model? I think it's the only non-LLAM mech from Technical Readout 3025 without a plastic model.
Yes, and I do think there's others, whether it's revised 3025 or the 3039 TRO or so on. No, there's still gaps, and we know about it because every time something comes up for new miniatures, I'm the first one to raise my hand and say we got to go back to the beginning and let's fill in those holes. So I've been championing that, but depends on the product.
Sounds good. When will we get to witness the Lyran Commonwealth finally beginning to recover?
Is it? Can we cut now?
Cut? No. No.
So
well,
let me say two things.
Mm-hmm.
Soon, we're talking about some of the big fiction that will be coming out soon. However, that said, as a Davian fan, and thank you so much for your work there with Damocles and so on. The thing is, depending how invested you are, it may never be enough. Because as a Davian fan, we were kicked to the curb so badly that our success was, hey, we survived.
Yeah, it was a push.
Yeah.
Our win was a push.
And I heard from fellow Davian fans that were not happy, like, okay, why did you stop there? You need to march on Luthien. You need to do this. You need to do the other thing. I'm like, we survived. That's our win. So it may be along those lines that we manufacture a win for the Lyrans that to some people it doesn't go far enough at all. They might even consider it a loss. So it's in the works. I just can't promise every fan that you will be instantly happy.
Well, it wouldn't be, it's not peace tech, it's battle tech. You never know. And once again, that gives you the opportunity to, if you want to fight these battles yourself and to start figuring out how the wars will move from there, you've got the opportunity. That's really exciting. So, we have some other good ones right there. Does 15mm scale, C-scale, for hypothetical battle troops revamp make more sense than the typical 32mm skirmish games, or do you think CGL would prefer the industry standard for more detail? That's a very in-depth question.
That's like a 2-hour discussion.
Yeah.
But I'll throw a couple things out there. The C-scale is not actual 15mm scale. It means the C scale is for 100. The models are 100mm, which would translate to 15mm scale. But no, see, they're 100mm. They are not in scale with each other. Yeah. They're literally built to be 100mm. And it's not a test for a new game or anything like that. In fact, in the early discussions, that was some of my pushback that, if we really want these to do good, they have to be more than paperweights. We need to have some functionality to it, but that ship sailed. These are just really highly detailed models that look good as is, or they could be professionally painted to an outstanding scale. That's what they're meant to be, and that in particular isn't going to change. Now, if we were to pursue large-scale gaming, which we've talked about since I came on board 20 years ago, I would push for industry standard focus on the infantry with vehicles, and even we could do mechanized infantry and motorized infantry is just so awesome. I would shoot for that, so that the vehicles would be, this is the premium stuff. And, maybe once a year we release a mech, and that's like the Titan, that is the big boy on the table. That's what I would love. And whenever we discuss it seriously, that's the sort of thing that I push for.
Well, I'm a big fan. I'm going to take one more question as we're getting up to the final 5 minutes right here. Mm-hmm. From Big Red, when will we get to see more out of the Federated Sons?
Big Red is asking that?
Big Red is asking that.
Why you do that to me, man?
You know better, man.
Seriously? I was given a pitch just yesterday that sounds fun for a piece of fiction. That both is a really fun, self-contained story. I can't wait till I see the draft of it. But also there are ways to build it into the larger storyline, which I'm also excited about. It's kind of like the way we did the clock. We want to give everybody time, and they had their moment, and we're going to circle back to them again at some point.
Sounds good. Well, I appreciate it, Ray. Thank you so much. We are at 12:55, so we're going to wrap up right now so we can get ready for our authors and things in just a moment. Ray, as always, thank you so much for coming on. I hope you're having a great Gen Con. It is great to see you in person. We chat every week, but it's good to see you actually here.
Likewise.
But, we've got some really fun and exciting things coming around, and we hope you're all excited for us. I hope you join us here if you're in Indianapolis at the Catalyst booth at 1603, 1607, 1611, all those good ones right there. Pick up a copy of the core box set or the starter box, see some of the great new stuff that we have here, and then come around, speak to Ray, speak to myself and the wonderful Catalyst team. But once again, we are here at the Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth outside of Hall D. We are on day 3, Saturday of Gen Con, so we've got one more full day after this one, or mostly full day after this one. Please come on down and have some fun with us.
And I just want to, again, thank you all for all your support. And any way that you have to hit me up online, whether it's Discord, email, here at the show, whatever, please, my virtual door is always open. If I didn't respond to your question here, hit me up however you can. And I'm happy to talk about BattleTech always.
Gotcha. You want to throw out any shout-outs or any special thanks? You'd mentioned Aaron before.
I've got Michael Stackpole and Brian Young over there waving. It'd be me. Which, of course, 2 of our greatest authors bookending the entire franchise. But I couldn't go through my whole team that I'm super, super thankful for. And like I said, all of you out there who have supported us, whether it's 40 years or 4 minutes, it's all about the fans of BattleTech.
And once again, BattleTech is for everyone. We're happy to see you here. Once again, here from the Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth in Hall D with Fox Network. My name is Michael Ciravella. I'm the BattleTech events manager for Catalyst Game Labs and a big BattleTech fan. And I'm here with Ray Arostia, the line developer for BattleTech. We really appreciate all you're doing, and we will be back in just a few minutes with some of our authors. Thank you so much, and keep rolling.
Welcome, everyone, to the Catalyst Game Labs live stream fiction panel. My name is Brian Young. I'm one of the authors for Battletech and Shadowrun, and I'm joined by an illustrious group of writers of Battletech and some Shadowrun also. And I just want to introduce everybody, and we will get going talking about the fiction. We do have the live chat open, so there will be an opportunity to ask questions later, and I will be seeing that, so I should be able to jump in with those. But we've got lots of new stuff to talk about, and we can talk about whatever old stuff you'd like to talk about too, if, as far as the chat goes. But starting over here on the end, we have Jason Hansa.
Hello.
Jim Long. Michael Stackpole. And Philip Lee. So just to start off and kicking everyone off with a question, we've got lots of stuff coming out. Yesterday was the release of Tom Levine's Blackbird Gambit, which everyone should check out. The next book that's coming out is a book from Jason Hardy, actually. I just found out about this when they asked me to come up and do this. But it's called Invasion's Shadow, and I'm told it was pitched as an Ill-Clan-era Black Hawk Down set in Battletech. So that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. Good to have the third Jason back.
Yeah, because we needed more Jasons. And then we have the fourth part of the Dominion Civil War series, These Violent Ends, coming in 2 weeks, August 14th. That's going to drop. And with that, actually, John told me to tell everyone that we've got the Omnibus collection coming sometime either late this year or early next, which will include actually a new fifth part of that series. The four that have come out kind of tell a complete story about the Dominion Civil War, and then the fifth actually takes us into 3153 with the Dominion. So, as far as other things coming up soon, we can talk about some of this other stuff. But, Jim, you've got something coming, and I figured we'd start with that because I think people might be very excited about that.
Yeah, so working with John and Philip to do a new Blackthorns novel. So finish that up in May, and so we'll start the editing process here pretty quick. Hopefully we get that out to the fans quickly.
What was that like jumping back into the Blackthorns?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. So it was literally 30 years ago since I wrote since I sat down and wrote the last novel, The Blackthorns, and I had one baby my wife had a baby on the way. I had one child in my hand, and I'm pecking and pawing at the key. And now here we are. My youngest daughter's 30, and I'm going, wow! It just felt totally different. And so that was actually kind of cool on a personal level, but on a professional level, oh my God, so much good stuff out there. It's like, how do you pick and choose? There's a ton to read. When we first started the process, I just immersed myself again in the lore and the history, and reading books and reading stuff online and reading Shrapnel, and it's sort of humbling in a way to be part of something that back when I did those first two books was just very, very. It felt small. I mean, it felt like there was a tight group. I felt I was working with people that were like I aspired to be like. Man sitting right next to me is like he was leading the way and teaching us how to do it, and now here we are all this time later. He's still leading the way, still teaching us how to do it, but I'm part of a big group now, and that just felt awesome. It was really cool.
Can you tell us anything about the book, or is that off limits?
Since John's not here, I think I can just pretty much tell you that poorly kept secret, they all die in the end. But they don't. But they don't. So for the Blackhawks, one of the things that ended up happening was that they were on Galdon, and Galdon got viral infection and ended up getting orbital bombardment, and everyone on the planet ended up dying, except that not everyone on the planet died. So So there's a whole big thread about what's going on Galdon. This first book looks at all the events leading up to that and some of the contracts that, quite frankly, other authors said, we need them over here, we'd like to put them over here, and we're doing some things with them. So the Blackthorns were a group that other people ran with that it's humbling, again, to just kind of go, okay, great, I hope created something that you wanted to weave into your stories and to your pieces. So we've got them back on the battlefield, back fighting the clans. Jeremiah's still a bit of a jerk. It was nice to visit that guy again. He's still got some issues that he needs to work through, and so to start resolving those and get him back into the fray.
And it sounds like the door's open for some more Blackthorns after this one.
I would love it to wrap up the story, because the one thing that when we first started talking about Philip and John and I is that there's a canon in BattleTech that I think is very well done and needs to be respected. And one of the things that happened during my hiatus was that they were sort of written out of the history. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Appropriately so. They were on a planet. The planet got nuked from orbit, and so they were on the planet. So how do we resolve that in a way that's respectful to the history? I'm not a retcon guy, so how do we treat that, the unit? How do we treat the individual characters? How do we treat their legacy? And I think, again, working with Philip and John, I think we've got some good ideas. I think the fans are going to be really excited to see them.
I'm excited to check it out. Phil and Jason, you two have been toiling away on the Wars of Reaving.
Toiling away.
Oh, yes.
What can you tell us about the Wars of Reaving books?
You want to go first?
I'll go first. It's a trilogy, but there's a few threads that connect through, but each book is a sign of its own thing. We each kind of took so Craig took the early part of the war. Craig Reed is the author of the first book. I have the middle part of the war, and then Phil took the third part of the war. And each of us kind of focus on different factions. And between the three of us, or three books, we're still even just scratching the surface of what the Wars of Reaving is. But I think I'm
it's like when we were researching, putting together our outlines for this book, we were just like, I read this book when it first came out, and I just forgot how dense it is. There's just so much stuff in there. And so we're just like trying to figure out where to actually focus, because we could easily have done like a 5 or 7 book series just based on the events in this particular source book.
Yeah, so they are turned in. Mine's turned in.
Mine's almost.
Yeah, they're in editing and such. Craig's is in editing. So I'm excited for the fans to read them. I can't wait for them to come out.
Yeah.
When should we expect that?
Sometime next year.
Yeah,
at least the first one.
I know John's pushing hard for them. So
yeah.
So it sounds like next year is going to be a big year for BattleTech.
Yes, for BattleTech fiction.
Because I think we've got Mike. If you want to talk about this some and what you've seen, but it sounds like we're nearing that. Maybe next year might be when we see the first of the graphic novels.
That is absolutely true. I wish we could show some of the artwork here and stuff, but I
asked.
Yeah,
I was told no.
Yeah, but no, we got you and I are writing the majority of it, but we have some guest stars, Sam Maggs and Timothy Zahn, who also were writing stories. So it's a chance to bring some new people in who've got experience doing that stuff and get their take on things.
And I'll say the artist is Eldon Cowger.
Yeah.
And Eldon has been turning pages in and we've been, having to help with tweaks or say, this character's hair needs to change or whatever. Or, maybe this mech should be that color or whatever. Small things like that, because Eldon is doing the penciling, the inking, the coloring, and the lettering all on his own. So we're working with Eldon all throughout the process.
And it is just the work is gorgeous. I mean, this is if you remember the original BattleTech comic book from Blackthorn back in the day. Yeah, of course, you and I remember it, but yeah. This is so much beyond that in terms of. I mean, the scripts were really good.
Well, as one of the authors of the scripts, you're legally obligated to say as much.
Well, and as a certified narcissist, even worse. But like I say, one of the most fun things in doing graphic novels, at least for me, is getting to see what the artist does with your vision. And Eldon has just knocked it out of the park. I mean, it is stunning stuff. So.
We've talked on these streams over the years a little bit about what the graphic novels are about. And sometimes people are always surprised to hear that there's graphic novels every time we mention them. But just the quick rundown of what we can say: they're set in the Ilklane era. Mm-hmm. There are 4 graphic novels that are in sequence. They all tell one overarching story. They're 66 pages each. All of them, every page is going to be illustrated by Eldon. Yep. The first issue, like you said, or the first graphic novel has those guest stories, and part of the way we were able to put those guest stories in there was that there's going to be a lot of mercenary units that get featured and are telling their own stories, and so there's going to be a lot of fun cameos that people should be excited about, and I'm really excited about the ones I just got to see the art for. The art has been, I don't know if Jason or you guys.
I've seen some of it. Like just a few pages.
Afterwards, I'll show you guys some of the art, but I can't.
Yeah, not
show
for
any
you.
Of you. Yeah,
readers at
Sorry.
home.
Oh no, it's just gorgeous. But we've also got some other fiction coming. I know that Jason Schmetzer's coming back, and he is working on a book starring Duke Recol, Abden Recol, and his adventures against the Hell's Horses, and. That whole book is sort of the zero story that leads into a saga in the hinterlands, where that's sort of the prologue, and that kicks off with a book I've written, which the title has changed about 8 times, and I have no idea what we're going with yet. But the book has been written, and that kicks off a lot of stuff in that area. With some other writers, but mainly Mike and I.
Right.
I don't know.
So, well, and after your book, it pitches to me doing a set of 4 novellas, fairly long stories. One of the cool things that I like about the publishing program, the way it's worked with Shrapnel and everything else being done, is that we've got plenty of space to mature characters, to take people you've only seen, in a little glimpse, and suddenly give them some more gravity and grow them up into where we need them to be for the oncoming saga. And with this set of novellas, one of the cool things has been delving back and finding those people, to bring up, whether it's for a substantial role or even just a cameo, so that these things, I think for the readers, it's going to be, oh my God, I had forgotten they were there. Right. It's and so I think that'll be really kind of thrilling.
One of the things that I was told that I could say, like I let Mike expound on that because I said everything I was allowed to, and no one's going to yell at Mike for saying more.
Did I say anything substantive?
No.
But,
but you can now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, weapons free.
But it was mentioned on the stream previously that there's a source book that's tying into this about the Kellhounds that I'm working on. Jason Schmetzer's done a bunch of work on it. Mike's got some work scheduled for it. Rusty Zimmerman's doing some work on it. And it's really going to take another look at a different region of the hinterlands that we haven't seen, and sort of the way Ilkon's Eyes Only took a sort of intelligence look, intelligence report look that got handed to Alaric Ward. This is sort of the Kellhounds version, where it's an intelligence report look that's getting handed to Calandra Kell about the state of the Inner Sphere and everything as we head toward that hinterlands, which I guess is a huge tease in the fact that I guess the hinterlands, like the Kellhounds, are finally going to be
they've got a lot to do.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They're going to have a busy day. Is there anything else you're working on, Mike, that you want to or are allowed to talk? I don't know what else you've got going on.
I honestly can't remember.
There's a lot.
There is a lot. You know, you have a list of things, and then Brian will text me and say, "Oh, by the way, this one moves to the top." And it's like, okay, fine. You know.
Speaking of things that should move to the top, I want to talk about Shrapnel number 25.
Oh yeah.
And how that kicked off sort of a secret serial that we were working.
Right.
Well, just generally, I wanted to ask about Shrapnel in general. And I want to start with Jim, actually, since you've been reading a bunch of Shrapnel, not necessarily Shrapnel 25, but just what that was like for you stepping back into the universe with that sort of montage of time periods and everything that you get in there as you're reading it, experiencing it as a reader.
Yes, so when I, other than a few pieces here and there that Randall and I worked on, it was very much a case of the clans invaded, and then that was kind of where my stopping point was. So getting caught up and so the fact that, hey, we're writing across 7 different eras. What? whoa, wait, I can't. And my books and stories have always been real small. For whatever reason, I don't have Mike's ability to keep these geopolitical conspiracies in my head and weave them through and come out to the other side going, ta-da, it all worked out.
It's probably healthier that
yes,
way.
It's definitely healthier.
Yeah.
And you have kids, you have whereas I just live alone in bitterness.
Yes. I wonder sometimes. But it's just been very interesting because as a small unit guy, as a guy who's writing about lances and companies primarily, and trying to place them in the bigger story, and just having the amount of material that the other authors just write about something really cool, 5,000 words, and there's one little hook in paragraph 492 that's like, oh my gosh, that would be so cool to see more about. I mean, so creative and so interesting. And even if you're writing in the Jihad era about something that happens maybe 100, 200 years later, you can go, oh my gosh, that's still relevant to what's going on today. So you've got these patterns that are weaving in and out of the stories, and it's, I mean, I had a Shrapnel in one hand and I got Sarna in the other, on my screen going, okay, what is that? I don't know what that term is. Wait. And looking at some of so when we started, not only were we writing, but we were working on materials and stuff. I was fortunate to be able to design a lot of the mechs and help with some of the rules. And so it is so cool. Like, Shadowcat was one of the mechs I did. And when I found out that there's like 192 different versions of the Shadowcat now, and that's a mech that people like, I think I looked at 3 maybe, and it's got so many versions, and these creative guys who are like, well, this is why this version exists, and this is the factory that this version exists, and this is why they had to make the update to this version because of this factory and this story, and the interweaving of it is just mind-boggling, and drinking from the fire hose actually was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I had someone tell me one time when I was a kid, it's like, if you want to learn how to fix a car, just start reading. It won't make sense, but you get the repair manuals and you go, pretty soon you'll go, oh, that's what the flywheel does. Oh, got it. Okay. Oh, that's where the starter goes. Got it. You won't know at first, but you keep going. And so some of the stuff I read, I got 20% of it. The story's great, but I got 20% of the world. And as I went through it, it was really in my head. It was like, I'd like to say it was like a flower blooming, and it was really lovely. But no, it was this mushroom cloud of death and destruction rising into the atmosphere, and then the lightning and thunder that comes with it, going like, wow, I can't wait to be a part of it. It's just really energizing after being gone so long. And I think that's the great thing that the fiction does, is it's such a high quality that if you are a creative type and you are a person who likes to be creative, there is so much inspiration to be found in every edition of Shrapnel to give you ideas. No kidding. My phone has a list of things I read and go, oh, that's really cool. I want to think about that. Whether it's a piece of equipment, whether it's a new mech design or whether it's a factory doing a thing in a really cool way. It's just these little hooks that get woven together and make it a tapestry that's very, very rich.
Yeah, I could kind of almost like set a clock to it where within probably about like 3 weeks after a Shrapnel issue drops, I'll get a ton of new submissions from people. Because I think it's just they read the new issue. It's like, yeah, I want to finish the story. Let get inspired to just like send it into the queue.
Well, and I started with one of Mike's serial pieces, and read the first 3. Where's the fourth piece, Mike? Where's the fourth piece? I'm looking through Shrapnel. I must have missed something. Where's that fourth piece? I'm like, oh well, it's coming. No, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait, man. Can I see a manuscript? Can you give me a PDF, something? So that's really, I find that very cool because there's a lot of stuff out there that you can get access to, other genres, other fictions, and it's such a mismatch. One of the things I like about the BattleTech particularly is I am assured of the level of quality of writing I'm going to get. I don't have to wonder about, is this guy going to be any good? Is this story going to be any good? I can rely on the quality, which I just find a huge comfort when I'm ready to start my next book, and it's awesome.
So we hear a lot from folks that Shrapnel is one of the best ways for new readers, people new to the universe, to come in because it gives you a sampling of everything, whether it's game material, whether it's stories from any different era, whether it's looks at characters, whether it's looks at mechs. And Phil, you've been editing the magazine, and number 25 just came out, and that I want to say congratulations on 25 issues that have all come out on time. But if you want to talk about Shrapnel and having worked on it for those, and then for the rest of us, to talk about at least our contributions to 25, or maybe our favorite contributions as we've seen it over the course of Shrapnel.
Okay, so what was the actual question?
Well, no, talk about
your experience.
Your experience
Oh, yeah.
with 25 issues, or at least 25 in specific.
It's just like I've just been doing the magazine for so long to just kind of like stop and think, is like, has it been like this long that we've been doing it? But like I just remember when we first started, I was like, okay, I know we're gonna get at least 4 issues because that's what was promised, and we'll just kind of see how it works. And then the submissions just kept like rolling in, and I just kept like discovering new authors, some of which who are now doing like novellas and like full novels for us, and it's just been a really fun ride. Like the people who write game content, they're like constantly coming up with like new stuff and surprising even me. So it's it's been an experience.
And then working in Shrapnel, how's that been for you all? I mean, I've enjoyed mine. I mean, that's where the Fox Patrol started.
Yeah. Yep.
And now getting to team Katie up with the most horrible person in the inner sphere with Mike has been quite an experience.
Yeah, the thing which I love about Shrapnel is that it's got that variety, and we've always known that the BattleTech universe could handle pretty much anything for a story, and Shrapnel becomes the place that we can actually showcase all of that in its variety, and I think that makes it easier for people to get into the universe or get back up to speed with the universe, because they find the familiar in there, and yet they find things that are new and exciting and stuff like that. So, and to me, I look at Shrapnel, and I'm a big fan of the old pulp magazines and stuff like that. And it's like, here it is again. I missed the heydays of Weird Tales, but now I can have something in Shrapnel, which is very cool.
Excellent reference. Excellent. Yeah. I'm very fortunate in being able to come back and being able to be part of this, because honestly, in working with Phil, if I pitch a story idea and Phil says, it can be anything from a 1-parter, a 2-parter, a 4-parter, a short story. It's about a character. It's about a mech. And it's like, let's see what it looks like. And so you've got this freedom to explore in this envelope of Shrapnel that's can handle so much, as Mike says. So it's really cool as a creator to be able to have that platform. Most folks don't get that opportunity and don't get the chance to work in something, to have something galaxy spanning on one level, but then down to the individual 2 or 3 people on it, and get that side by side, and it's pretty much seamless. It's you're in the same universe. They're talking about things separated by time. Sure, it's still you've got that common thread, and I agree completely that it is, and it's where I started to get after missing out on so much. It's where I started to get back up to speed. I remember my first conversation with Phil. He set me up with a couple of the earlier issues, and I'm in the airplane, sitting there, page after page, just going, no soda for me, thank you. I've got my hands full with this book, and I'm just turning pages. So it's awesome.
Jason?
Oh yeah, just I love it because not only the variety of stories that be told. You'll get funny all the way to gnar, violent. You get romance. You get just romps. Yeah. But they're also spread across all the time of BattleTech. So you'll have these early Succession Wars ones, followed by an Ilkhan era story, followed by like a Jihad era story or whatever, and they're all just back to back to back. So any given shrapnel issue, you're getting a shotgun blast of what the entire universe is. And that's what I love, especially for people that are like return to the universe, or new readers, or anything like that. It's like this will kind of give you everything, and then when you like something, you can go explore it more. You can kind of go down that rabbit hole and see what you like. So I love it. It's kind of like a charcuterie board of fiction. So
yeah. Do you have a favorite contribution you made to Shrapnel?
I was when you said that, I was sitting there thinking. And it's like I kind of like all my contributions, but for different reasons. But they're also very different stories. Then I'd have to go with the one in number 1. It's kind of a noirish story, and it involves a family horse farm that's like the center of this. It's a very personal story with a lot of interpersonal dynamics about a horse farm. And I never thought people would relate to that. I mean, it's horses in BattleTech.
You get so many comments about that. Story
it's like people. People love that story. And it surprises me. So I guess that would be my number 1.
Yeah.
Well, I would say for me, my favorite is coming out next year. So Phil and I have been working on a serial for a new mercenary group in the Ilkhan era, and so I was able to get it done and finished. It's kind of in the can, and so next year we'll have a 4-part series of a new mercenary group, and looking forward to it.
And I've enjoyed doing all the stuff that I've done for it, but I think right now, my favorite is the crossover thing that you and I are doing, because it's really the first time that the Death Kangaroos have kind of been dealing with another unit that's legitimized in the so it's them moving out from the shadows kind of thing.
I would hardly call the Fox Patrol legitimate.
Hey,
they have logos. They're
they have an actual uniform. They don't have stuff that is borrowed from a
cheap Halloween knockoffs.
Cheap Halloween knockoffs, exactly. But it was also, it was fun working with you to have those things going back and forth, and the way that we got to set it up in 25. As you say, it's kind of a secret serial of not appearing to be, and then, as the stories meld together, and it's like, and hilarity ensues.
Yeah. It was really fun to get the messages. Yeah. When people realized, it was fun getting your messages going like, did you guys seriously do this? Like, wait.
Well, I know you talked about it, but I'd kind of forgotten what the overall plan was until I read the draft. So I was like, oh, right, okay, yeah.
And then, Phil, do you have a favorite that you've edited? I know that's probably a lot harder to pick.
Excluding things by us.
Because
we know you are.
I was about to say, like, anytime anyone asks me like what my favorite Shrapnel story is, like, I kind of always go to the same story. We're talking about like variety and everything, where it's this story about a kid who goes to his favorite arcade on Solaris, where he plays like the BattleTech pods, and realizes, they're going out of business, and like this weekend is their last weekend, it's their last chance hang out. They're like about to graduate from high school, so it's this whole story that's kind of like unusual, but it's firmly rooted in BattleTech.
Sure.
And like the only combat in it is like virtual combat, but it's just this fun little story, and I just always point people to that. It's like, this is the potential of the kind of stuff that we can do.
Right.
It's like, it does, like, not every story needs to have mech battles or infantry, combat or aerospace fighters or whatever. It's as long as you have a story with a good, ideally relatable, sympathetic character, and it's firmly set in the BattleTech universe. That's all you need, and sky's the limit from there.
I want to take some questions from the audience in the live chat for the last little bit of time that we've got. While we're waiting for some of the questions to roll in, I'll look at some others. I just want to say, like, one of my favorites was the 4th Fox Patrol story where they're on Galatea and Katie's just trying to get to the wedding and building the cathedral, St. Mike's, which...
No relation.
No. I mean, I picked it for a very real reason.
Sure.
St. Michael as the patron saint of warriors. It would make sense they'd make him the patron saint of mech warriors. But just seeing that cathedral get used over and over again on Galatea, not just in your stories but elsewhere, has been really interesting. And being able to actually put a little bit of a stamp on Galatea in a story that's very absurd and funny but doesn't have any mechs in it.
And yet it's that kind of detail which resonates with all of us, and that we get to pick up and use, and that builds up momentum for things. I mean, I got to use it in 2 different stories in entirely different ways, and that is, again, to show that variety of reactions that we all have, and it's just a really cool thing.
Yeah,
I'll say it, and I can ask forgiveness later if they don't want people to know. But the graphic novel takes place in the hinterlands, but the first one starts on Galatea, and Eldon rendered the cathedral and all the stained glass and everything, and it is the most gorgeous thing. And seeing that come to life as well has been amazing. So questions from these panels talk a lot about the fiction, but what articles stand out for the panel? Well, this is the fiction panel. So that's kind of why...
I mean, Shrapnel, it's Shrapnel. Yeah. It's just adjacent.
All of the articles are fiction.
Yeah, there was someone wrote an adventure hook in Shrapnel, and I can't remember which issue or whatever, but you had to go rescue some live sea foxes. And it is such a wonderful little one-shot. I'm like, because you could really incorporate that for 5e or for Pathfinder or anything else. You could take it. It's such a perfectly written adventure, and I don't remember who wrote it, but that would be my favorite.
Steven?
It might have been Steven. Yeah.
I really enjoy the mech sheets too, like, and the new mech variants that come in, and I really love like the little slices of everyday life in the sphere that come in Shrapnel.
I forgot. Shout out to fellow writer Craig Reed, but he's been having a series of like light machine guns of the inner sphere, shotguns of the inner sphere. I adore those. I'm knocking them around. He's my roommate for GenCon. I'm like, when's the next one dropping, dude?
I will second that. And those are a wealth of information to go, I got a pistol now I can name.
I have a machine gun.
We've got a question from a very suspicious-sounding character online named Raymond Arastia 366, and Raymond asks, "What's your favorite thing about writing in the current era, and what's your least favorite thing about writing in the current era?"
So, the serial fiction that'll appear in Shrapnel coming up is set in the current era. In fact, I actually had to pull the story back and make it 6 months earlier because I wrote it too far ahead. And it's as a writer, to kind of be on the cusp of like exploring where BattleTech is going to go in the future, and to be part of where it's growing, and seeing some of the, layering on top of characters that already exist, and their story is active. And there's something about it may sound kind of silly, but when I wrote about the Blackthorns, in essence, they're all gone because so much time has passed. Writing about characters who are alive and vibrant and are part of the gameplay, because I've always been a gamer of the system. So writing about the current game structure and the current grinder structure and the current what mechs are current just felt really good. It felt like I was part of something that was organic and growing around me.
Yeah, I second. For like the first time, as in my professional career, and probably for many of us. Well, not you, but for many of us, we are on the cutting edge of fiction. Like, it's unexplored country. You know, if we go out and we write a story set on some world and do something, we're cutting new ground, and it's really, really cool. It's just the hardest thing about that, or the worst thing, is really the same coin, is that we're cutting new ground, and we have to make sure we don't kind of mess over the people coming behind us. You know, we can't pull the ladder up behind us. We have to make sure we're fleshing out the universe to make it better for players, other readers, and other writers that will come behind us, instead of just like, this is all mine, ha ha ha. So, yeah, it's glorious, and it's also terrifying.
I think you don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, my favorite thing about writing in this era is just exactly that, but my least favorite thing is that there's so much story to tell and not enough space to tell it.
Yes.
Even with the canvas of Shrapnel and the free fiction, and I know John Helfers wanted me to mention that the new website is up, and there's a fiction landing page there at battletech.com.
I'm hyped.
Where you can read more of the free fiction and whatnot. And all the novels, and all the novellas, and as much fiction as BattleTech is putting out, and as much as any of us are writing individually or together, or like, there's just so much story we all want to tell, and there's not enough, time in the day to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting watching as we figure out where we're going with the universe. That's great. Dealing and bouncing ideas off of other creatives, or taking what they're doing and playing with it is a lot of fun, and yet it's so much work. I mean, I sat down after we had one meeting, and I sat down and said, because back in the day, I had charted out all the families, who their descendants were and stuff like that, and it's like, nobody's done that for the past 15 years. I now have to go back and reestablish all of that stuff and figure it out.
That's why I stay small.
Yeah.
That's why I kill them.
It's tough. You've grown, and it's organic, and it's collaborative, and so you've got these different components that just make it so thick with resonance, and so and as I was saying, it's. You don't want to mess it up for the guys that are to your side or coming behind you, because the people that came before us were so cautious about making sure there's a wide open landscape. You want to respect that and leave that same legacy. Yeah. Although I say one of the best thing about writing in some of the eras is that when Jeremiah Rose's was included in a force pack.
Mm-hmm.
That actually felt that was the weirdest thing as a gamer and writer. I'm standing in the hobby store looking around and going, who can I soft brag about this?
Right.
Who can I the book's right next to it, and that's all well and good. I like the book, but I've actually got a miniature now, and that just felt so cool of how Catalyst weaves those together. The source books are weaving with the novels, that are weaving with the technical readouts, that are weaving with the battle text, and so it's such a great time to be in BattleTech right now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'd say my favorite thing about writing in the current IL-Clan era is basically what Jason says. Like, we're trailblazing, like we're taking stuff that came before, and we're charting new paths with like new or new-ish characters, like some characters that might have been around but haven't really gotten a lot of screen time. Mm-hmm. And it's just fun, like, because I've done a lot of like historical stuff. I wrote a lot of stuff in the Clan homeworlds, basically when I first started. But there's not been a lot of like writing like right on the cusp of what we're doing, and so it's just fun to trailblaze essentially.
Sure.
And I'd say my least favorite thing about writing in the current era is I'm not writing enough of it, because I haven't written anything modern since Letter of the Law, which came out at the end of 2024. Since I've been stuck in the Wars of Reaping ever since then.
That sucked us down for 3 years.
Looking forward to writing some more new stuff.
So, got a question for Jason Hansa. Does Strength of the Pack 2 have a name and a release window yet? And will we see your characters involved in Operation Revival?
Yes, on questions 1 and 3. Yes, it's going to be called Alone and Afar. And yes, we will see the characters in Operation Revival. We don't have a date. John is hoping for early next year so I can do signings. I can sign books 1 and 2 at the early cons, and I'm really hoping that comes out. I really hope that it all falls into place where that comes out. I talked to Kat. She's excited to edit it. So, the pieces are falling together, and I'm really hoping everybody likes the second half of the story.
The next question is, have they told me about the Force Pack yet? About the Force Pack. So in the last hour of the stream, Ray mentioned that it sounds like the next Force Pack coming is the Fox Patrol Force Pack. And they did have to.
Was that just to show up, Jim? He got a mech. I got one.
It's the question. It's the question here, but it was also on my list to talk about how yes, they have told me about the Force Pack, and I'm really glad they did because I had to write a novel to tie into it. And so there's another Fox Patrol novel that is written and ready to go to tie into the Force Pack whenever that eventually comes out. So there's something to look forward to there. So yes, they have told me about it, although they did tell me a little too late because a little later than I would have liked when it was like, we've been talking about this Fox Patrol Force Pack for 2 years. And when we decided the mechs that were in there was a certain story that was going to explain one of the mechs that's in the pack, and it hadn't been written. And so when they said, it's going to be next on the list, I said, well, that book's not written yet. And so I had to panic write.
TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. And you've read that one.
I read it.
Yeah. Then the next question, Phil. Actually, this question's for Phil or anyone other than Randall. Does anyone expect that we'll be seeing any new fiction in the Ilklane era that features the Spirit or Nova Cats?
I would love to write more, but it's more
I don't have an answer.
A matter of planning, I guess.
Yeah.
Every time I hear about Spirit Cats and Nova Cats, I just go like, ask Randall.
Yeah. Well, Nova Cats specifically is a Randall thing.
Yeah.
Spirit Cats and Clan Protectorate stuff, I can kind of more answer to, but
yeah, you're not going to do any of those, right?
So no,
you're busy.
I might.
Oh yeah, maybe Mike will
in my spare time.
Yeah, all of that available spare time. Question: when are we getting the Voidbreaker sequel? I have not been asked to write a
in
Voidbreaker.
your spare time.
In all my spare time.
If we ask you, does that count?
I mean, I've definitely got. I mean, Voidbreaker's ripe for sequels because it can be, it's a spy thriller, right? And it was patterned after the old Ian Fleming Bond books, so you can do just about anything in just about any era. So anytime anything is going on major with the Sea Foxes, there's an opportunity for a Voidbreaker sequel.
Sea Bills are forever.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
hit him. Just hit him.
I would like to write more of those characters, but again, this is the problem. This is the downside of the Ilklane era, is that there's so much to write that you don't get to write everything you want to. But if you want to see more of that stuff, if you want to see more of anything, let the folks at Catalyst know. Let Lauren know. Let Phil know. Let John know, because they do hear that. They take that feedback, and I'm sure part of the reason that you're coming back to do Blackthorns, other than, it's a pleasure to have you back in the universe, is that everyone else was sick of going, so you really killed the Blackthorns off screen in a source book?
Yeah. No, that's the 99% of it right there. Let's give them the final chapter the way it deserves, and in a way that people like, and that it is respectful to characters and respectful to the world. And it's I would love to be the person that writes that. Thank you.
That's a really, really important thing. As you said, being respectful to the characters and respectful to the world. One of the things that a lot of people, especially a lot of other writers, who don't do tie-in work, they seem to not understand that we do approach this respectfully. We do approach this in a manner that we're paying a little bit of homage to the universe that we're in, but we want to tell good stories.
Right.
As Phil was saying, you don't have to have mech combats. I mean, it is called BattleTech, so battle is expected, but it doesn't mean it has to be on every single page. Yeah. And as Brian was alluding to, and you mentioned, there is a nice legion of talent doing this stuff who understand that and are doing those very full, complete stories. I mean, I would put, our stories up against stories published by folks in New York, and I mean, we will hold our own.
Yeah.
If not beat a bunch of them.
Well, we saw a BattleTech book nominated for a scribe alongside Dungeons and Dragons and Batman and Star Trek this year.
Yep.
Last question before we got to wrap up, Mike. What was your experience like writing what would become the Crown Ascendancy, which did just come back out in print?
Right. That was actually a really cool thing. It was the books were offered as part of a stretch goal for the Harebrained Schemes game, and there were a dozen people who paid even more to be written in as characters. And so for each one of those people, we talked on the phone for about an hour, and I had a little checklist and things to fill out, and so we figured out some of them had themselves and their families written in, some of them had characters they had played for years getting written in, and it was kind of fun. The make or break question for a lot of those was, do you mind if I kill your character? And there were some people, it was kind of funny. I mean, some people had written their family and didn't care, but, for some people they didn't want it. And so it was, it was kind of interesting. And then as I was writing those, how did that character develop in the writing would help determine whether or not they were going to continue on in the saga. Some people had to die to make it work. The other thing for me that was really, really cool for those is those stories are set the earliest in the world date, the earliest of any of those that I did. And I was still able to tie them back into the Allard Kellhound sequence, and so you can start there and you'll see characters, and then later on you go and see those characters having grown up, and that for me was just a great thrill. And heck, now in the graphic novel you'll see some of the characters who were born of the characters who were born of the characters, being able to pull all of that together.
So we're coming up at the end of our time here. I just want to remind everyone to check out the new website with the fiction landing page where you can find new fiction, free fiction. There is the monthly free fiction program where on the first of every month, I don't know what the story is for August now because it's August all of a sudden. I'm still thinking it's July. But at the first of every month, there's a new BattleTech and a new Shadowrun story out every month, available at the Catalyst Game Labs website that folks should check out. Shrapnel's coming out quarterly still, and then we've got all releases coming from everyone here at the table, whether that's Shrapnel or novels or novellas. We've got the Wars of Reaving from Phil and Jason coming next year. Jim, you've got your Blackthorns novel coming. Mike and I have this Hinterland saga and the graphic novel coming, and lots of other stuff. And then, the next book coming out, though, after Tom Levine's Blackbird Gambit that came out yesterday, is Invasion Shadow by Jason Hardy. So that's the quick wrap-up. I want to thank you all for joining me for this conversation. It's been a delight, as always. And thank you all for joining us. And hopefully you read lots and lots of BattleTech fiction, and if there's more you want to see, let us know.
Yep.
So in the meantime, we will be back, and the live stream will continue shortly.
All right, welcome back to GenCon Day 3. This is the next in our series of John Helfers Can't Tell Time. So, we are doing a special event right now. Once again, I am Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs. I am here with two extraordinary authors. I have got Editor-at-Large and fantastic author Jen Brozick, one of my good friends right there, and Alina Pete, who we are meeting today. This is lovely, one of our new Shadowrun authors, which is lovely. It is accurate to say newish Shadowrun author. Correct?
No, she's been around a year.
Yeah, a little over, I think. When did I get in on this? It was,
the first one was
Magic Machines and Mayhem. Yeah,
so relatively new.
Relatively new.
No, but you have been with us, and we appreciate that.
Thank
you so much for joining us today. So what we're going to do now is a little bit more of a deep dive into some of the Shadowrun fiction, especially the short fiction, which is your area of focus right there, and talk about a little bit about you both, because one of you has got a nomination for something cool that we're going to talk about. We'll get to that in a second. But just for now, our standard entry stuff right here. We are at the Catalyst Game Labs streaming booth right outside of Exhibit Hall D. We are having some fun today. We are in GenCon Day 3. It only feels like Day 43, but it's been very exciting. Seeing a ton of people. We've had a lot of fun and exciting people to meet. We are here with the Six Sides of Gaming Fox Network crew, who is helping us with all of our wonderful streaming. And somehow I hit my foot, which is kind of causing me to go twitchy a little bit. But no, it's been a fun and exciting day all around. And so we will get back to a little bit of my nonsense. So, first and foremost, Jen, tell us a little bit about what's going on in the Shadowrun short fiction realm. You've really been doing a bunch of things. I know through only my fault right now, we had a few copies of Augment here that we could not went back to the booth because they needed to be sold, which is so exciting. But can you tell us a little bit about what's going on there?
Okay, so in the short fiction, I'm in charge of the Shadowrun novella line and all of the short fiction. Of course, I work with John Helfers on all of this. He has to get his fingers in everything. But I run the program. I do all the reading and the slush and such like that. We have two basic programs. We have the free fiction program, which gives you free fiction every month. And at the end of the year, we will wrap it up in a Sixth World Snapshot anthology. And going forward, there will probably be a couple of extra short stories in this anthology, not just the free fiction. And those of you who don't know the free fiction, every month, BattleTech and Shadowrun have a free story on the website that is up for 1 month, and you can read it for free. You don't have to buy it, but while you're there, you can look at the other cool stuff that's on the website, because there's always new fiction. Right now, we're putting out one novella a month, and then I think we're putting out 4 novels a year. Then we have the omnibuses. We just put out the Top Drek omnibus by the fabulous Marie Bilodeau, which puts all 4 Top Drek novellas together, and the throughput line, and then an extra short story, and that might lead to something new. That's what we do with the novellas. Either we do a one-off, which is something bombastic and amazing, or we do featured authors for the novellas now. And they do 4 novellas a year, which then will be wrapped up into an omnibus with extra fiction and a throughput line. Right now, we are featuring Kat Rambo and her brother, Francis Lowell, doing our first lit RPG novella series. Nice. And yes, we're right now, lit RPG is having its day. I mean, it's been around for a very long time. If you are at GenCon, you might have heard of this little tiny franchise called Dungeon Crawler Carl.
I've only seen about 1,000 men in their spotted underwear. So,
and the cats on the shoulders.
Yeah, and the cats on the shoulder.
I love it.
Can't forget Princess.
Matt Dineman is local to me. I knew him when. He is a very good guy. I'm glad he's here. This is great. But I always thought lit RPG was something that we should bring into Shadowrun, because the Matrix and technomancers and all that kind of thing really lends itself to it. So one of my jobs as the editor in charge of the novella line is to bring in new voices, own voices, and different perspectives, which kind of leads me to our fabulous Alina Pete. She was one of the first authors that I recruited because I wanted her perspective as an awesome author, comic book artist. She did Wear a Geek, if you don't know.
That's me.
And a Cree writer.
Yeah, and we'd worked together before on a Cree novella series.
Right.
But, I knew you from that. Mm-hmm. And I have always been a gigantic Shadowrun fan. It's one of my favorite settings out there. Mm-hmm. And those of you who are familiar with Wear Geek will know I did a section in my comic about Shadowrun, where the characters from my comic are actually playing Shadowrun, and I love it that much.
Yes.
So it would seem I was like very, very honored to be approached by you about the coming in and working with the Nan a little bit.
Right, and also, so one of the things that in this anthology, Through the Decades, this is a Shadowrun novella where we have 7 novellas, novelettes and novellas, one for every decade. And Alina,
I started it off with 2020, which is really fun because things by 2020 had already started to diverge from our timeline, but it still was fairly close to what things are right now. So it was kind of interesting splitting the difference between actual history and Shadowrun history.
Right.
Yeah.
But you brought a much more authentic
thank you.
Voice and perspective from living in the area and what the indigenous people would...
Yeah. So my story in Through the Decades is actually set in Vancouver, BC, up in Canada, which is where I'm from, but also where quite a lot of my Shadowrun campaigns have been set. We tend to play, because we're Canadian, up in the Canadian areas of the game. And so, it's a big meeting of the Nan, which these days doesn't stand for Native American nations anymore. That is being updated to reflect the sort of modern political climate. Most Indigenous people don't like being referred to as Native Americans because we're saying we were not Americans first. We are native to these lands. So Nan is now short for the Northern Allied Nations of Turtle Island. Mm-hmm. So it's Nanti, Nanti, but Nan still works.
Right. And you're now consulting on some of the RPG source books?
Yeah.
Anything you can tell us about that?
Well, we've got the updated names for all of the different Nan nations. I don't know if you want me to go through the list. I pulled it up.
I think RJ started telling us a little bit yesterday, but if you'd like to bring us up to speed, that is wonderful.
I can go really quick.
Because I'm not quite sure that he told us all the right ones.
Yeah. Well, the area that I've written the most about, and the one that I'm from, is the former Algonquian Manitou Council, which is now the Great Council of 10 Fires, which is interesting because it's named after the Haudenosaunee Council of 6 Fires, originally 5 fires, but because they've added several more tribal groups in, it's now 10 fires.
Right.
That's the one that I would be from. And then the Athabascan Council is now the nation of under the Northern Lights.
Yes.
Because it was such a large area of very disparate tribes that had kind of gotten lumped together because that was the language group that they existed in. But there was no good name for that array of people. So I went with a more broad name. That is Northern Lights. It's Arctic, but not Transpolar Aleut Arctic.
Correct.
And then we have the Pueblo Corporate Council has now been updated to be the First Peoples Cooperative Council, which will have some plot elements tied to it, because obviously when a big corporation starts calling themselves a co-op, there's some stuff going on behind the scenes. So I'm hoping that comes up in subsequent stories. And then the Salish Council, again, had more people in it than just the Salish. So they're now the Allied Setsuwatl nations, the ATN. And Setsuwatl is a Salish word that basically means we are all working together for one common goal. Mm-hmm. So I figured that was a pretty good way to summarize all of the tribal nations in the group, right? They're all ostensibly working together for the same goal, at least on paper. And then the final one is the former Sioux Nation. Sioux is no longer the preferred term in any means. It was a term that was put onto the Lakota peoples. So we've updated that to now be the Osketi-Sakoan, which is the actual current tribal council for the Lakota-Dakota area.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really impressive that we're able to focus back on correcting some things and making things a little more adjusted to the current climate to make things a little more accurate as we can, which is wonderful.
Yeah, another thing that I'm doing with the short fiction, the novella line or short fiction, is I'm bringing in own voices from areas that we're not really touching, like India.
Yes.
Like there's a giant. I have stuff in the works of a novella series linked with working with RJ. He's going to be getting some source material by a Buddhist priest who also happens to be a writer. He's normally here at GenCon, but right now he's on a cruise with his family, which is awesome. I'm glad for him, but I'm sad that I'm not going to see him. So
I'm sad I'm not on the cruise.
Yeah, right.
Well, there is that.
I do love Gen Con. Wouldn't miss it for anything, but a nice cruise does sound relaxing on day 3.
So that's something to look forward to. Now, going forward with the novella line, I have 2 featured authors next year, and one is Amanda Cherry, who is doing the next set of young adult. Because I specifically wanted more young adult to come in, because I was the one who brought in young adult for BattleTech and Shadowrun to begin with. Because everybody starts from somewhere, and there are kids in these universes. And kids today are very savvy, so I can only imagine what kids in the 6th World or BattleTech would be like, and especially if they're cadets or academy. Well, they're not called cadets anymore. I believe they're called trainees. And as a former cadet, I object, but I am overruled. I already know this. She's doing a series on called Street Syllabus, which has a lovely, well, actually, I'm not going to spoil it.
Sounds good.
I'm not going to spoil it. However, the other one is actually Alina Pete.
It's me. Hello.
She will be doing the series is called Echoes Across Turtle Island.
Yeah. So the name Turtle Island was picked because there is various stories across North America about how the island of Turtle Island, i.e. the continent, is actually the back of a giant turtle that has had soil put onto it. And so it's a great sort of catch-all name for North America.
That is great. Can you give us a tiny bit of information about it, or do you?
I can give you a little bit of
just
information.
Just a tiny bit, because it'll start next year.
Well, I think one of the stories I am the most excited about takes place in the new Pueblo Cooperative Council, which is sort of the new Hollywood of the Nan. And the main character in that is a centaur movie star. He's sort of the Pierce Brosnan of centaurs. And he has to go on the run after a movie premiere. So it's going to be very interesting. I used to live down in Arizona for a while, so I really wanted to at least take a crack at writing a little bit in the Pueblo setting, just so I could get to know the desert again and remember all of the beautiful scents and the coolness of the mornings just before it gets really, really hot.
Yes. Thinking of desert, actually, the next novella that's coming out is a new Desert Wars novella by Brad Kelly. It is actually it is from a perspective that I had not expected, based on what I learned about Desert Wars. It is about a series of a mercenary company called the Dust Kickers being hired to be the red team in one of the Desert Wars. The novella is called The Runner Effect.
Nice.
And obviously to say things don't go to plan on anybody's side of things. Also coming up, we have the first 2 lit RPG novels out. The third one, Staffing Issues, will be out in September. After that is October is Aaron Rosenberg's Mind Blown.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Following that will be the 4th and final lit RPG credit rolls. And then we're going to end it with a one-off David Boop, Where Griffins Dare, which is a very low-level Shadowrun team having to pick up the pieces of a prime runner team getting destroyed.
Oof.
Oh, my.
As it happens, because Shadowrun's a pretty deadly arena. So that's the novella coming up, and then the one-offs. Here's the thing about the novella line. John has this habit of moving my schedule around. So
As we've seen today, yes.
yeah. So I would tell you who is writing for next year, but there are some old guard coming back.
Very nice.
And there are some very new people who have not written for Shadowrun before, but they're very well-known people. Let's just put it that way, and you'll be very excited for it. So I am bringing some people in. John's bringing some people in. Some people who really love Shadowrun are coming to me and being like, so who do I shank to write for Shadowrun? Right now, because I was asked to bring the Shadowrun line up to speed, novella line, up to speed and get it running in advance, I am booked out for a couple of years for novellas. Unless John alters the deal. Again, pray we don't alter it again.
Pray you don't alter it further.
Yeah.
Correct. For the first fiction line, next year we're actually going to go on a theme. It's called On the Clock.
Okay.
And actually, literally everyone who has ever written for me, and anyone who has sent in a sample to me that I have decided this is someone who could possibly write, will be invited to choose 3 of 20 images to pitch me a story. And we are pitching 2 just images of, I don't know what, but they're on the clock, and the theme is you have to be in the middle of a run. So that will be the theme next year, and then 2028 will be downtime, where you absolutely cannot be in a run. You have to be doing your laundry. You have to be trying to get a birthday gift. You have to be trying to, go grocery shopping, something. What do you do outside of running? Shadowrunners are not just living for the run.
Honestly, those are some of my favorite parts of any Shadowrun game because the world and setting is close to ours, but it's fun to play with the areas that it's very different.
That's why
just daily life.
When I was hired to write Dockwagon 19, it was specifically to bring in the culture and the world of Shadowrun from a non-Shadowrunner's point of view. And I got to do kind of a tour around Seattle.
Nice. I know I surprised you guys with my story in, which one was it? 6 World Snapshots. Because it's written to be the start of a run, but it is not actually a run. It's a food competition.
It's a brilliant story.
That was me watching too much Iron Chef reruns.
Yeah, imagine a Iron Chef story set in the Barrens with
just an absolute diva of a drag queen running the show. She's a delight. She's one of my favorite characters I've ever written.
Yes.
And there's lava. There's a lot of lava.
Oh, yeah. So one of the things I look for in short stories, if you were going to pitch to me, is, yes, it has to be a Shadowrun story, and in 2027 it has to be the theme of you're in the middle of the run, but I want you to give me a different perspective. I want you to give me... Now, what I'm about to say is in the common mem, therefore you probably shouldn't do it. But it's hard to show live plays of the hacker behind the scenes running like 3 or 4 different lines to make sure your team doesn't die. Yeah. But you can show that in a short fiction. I want you to show that. But I also want you to show me their... chugging dragon piss while stuffing soy Nutribars in their mouth, and then they're trying to reroute traffic lights and set off alarms. Other words, but I want you to have a real person. I want you to show the person while the heist is going on. I want that. I want it. The run from the spirit's point of view, the one that got summoned, or from the guard Spirit point of view or the Hellhounds point of view. I don't know. Give me something different. Give me something interesting that you could use in a game, but it's very hard to see in a live play.
So you're really expanding that theory of unique new voices to both the characters, the authors, everything else,
Right.
to make it a more inclusive and open universe.
I mean,
That's really exciting.
Well, generally with it, there will be some of the straight runs. I mean, that is something we love. But I want to show the busted run.
Yeah.
On the clock, busted run. It happens. I want to see a character go to jail. And maybe then that author could write the downtime of that person in jail. What are they doing on their downtime?
That's quite a lot of downtime.
Yeah. Well, no doubt if somebody's in jail, they are on the working gang, and they work 16 hours a day, and then they get 8 hours offline.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to see in Shadowrun?
Oh, I would like to see my work very shortly. I've been working on a Shadowrun novel for a while, back, I believe, nearly since before then, but I got pulled away for quite a bit of BattleTech stuff at that point.
Yeah, I believe John has mentioned that he's still waiting for it from you.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is, and I'm hoping to wrap that one up, so that is nice and exciting right there. So I enjoy that. But no, I'd love to see more in Shadowrun. It's some of those busted runs, exactly as you said. I want to see something new and interesting. And what I love, having been on the BattleTech side, being on the Leviathan side, being on the Shadowrun side, I love to see, especially what you're doing right now, more of a focus on the small fiction there. I love a good novel. I love a good trilogy. I love a good long-scale story. We're working with Travis Deverell of He Who Fights with Monsters, talking about lit RPG stuff again, and I had the honor of interviewing him a few times this weekend. But that's 13 books. That's going to be 14 books. I love that. I love Dungeon Crawler Carl. I've gotten through all the books so far. But that is a massive time commitment sometimes. And sometimes you just want a nice, well-crafted story. You can sit in, drop in. I understand the popularity of so many of our audiobooks right now. To be able to, hey, I'm on my way to work. Take what time you can. We joke a lot, as we have through the weekend right there, of we're here at GenCon, the largest gaming convention in the United States. But for especially those of us who are in the industry, I can't tell you the last time I picked up a game that wasn't actually one of ours, just because we've been so busy. So that has been exciting. But no, seeing what you're doing with the short fiction, that is a very exciting thing.
Let me tell you, the whole reason we actually have the Indian authors, because an Indian player messaged me on Facebook and said, I would really love to see this.
Aww.
So, if there's something you really want to see, let me know.
And it's that receptiveness that is really very impressive.
I mean, I can't promise anything except to look and read and listen and consider.
But
I mean, yeah. I mean, what would you like to see in Shadowrun?
Oh, I would, in an ideal universe, love to be able to break up the NAN between several indigenous authors, because obviously I only know the northern areas of the world. I would love somebody from one of the Pueblo tribes to come in and write for that area. I would love somebody from the Arctic to come in and write some of those stories.
Well, if you happen to be one of those indigenous authors, Jennifer Brozek at CatalystGameLabs.com. I'm always accepting samples of science fiction or Shadowrun work, 1,000 to 2,000 words. I don't promise to be timely about it because I am very busy.
You got a lot going on.
But I do promise to evaluate your sample. If you want to write for Shadowrun, send me a sample. Tell me that you heard me at GenCon. Do not use AI.
No.
Don't brainstorm with AI. Don't edit with AI. Don't do anything with AI. I mean, it's kind of ironic that
someone who'd be interested in Shadowrun would be wanting to use AI. I think that is the heights of irony there.
Right. And if you lie to me and I find out later, publishing is a very small business.
And we talk.
We talk a lot. So, yes, please do not use AI. I want the stories only you, the individual author, can tell.
Okay, so we spoke a little bit about the what and the how, but one of the reasons you've been able to do all of this is because it's worked out very well for you professionally. Did I hear rumor that there is something out there that we need to talk about? Can you tell us that?
Oh, absolutely. I can obviously tell you that. I am, for the second year in a row, nominated for a Hugo Award for Best Editor Short Form. Last year, it was for 80% tie-in work, including Six World Snapshot. This year, it's for 100% tie-in fiction, and it's mostly because of Augment.
Nice.
And Augment magazine was such a fun magazine. It is both fiction, a prop, it is in-world, it is the Cosmo of the Sixth World from cover to cover. Like, literally every ad. And Catherine Hardy was my art director. I managed 14 authors, read all the slush for The Sinless Secrets, kept the schedule and the budget, and did all of that. It was a lot of work. I was the managing editor. I actually now have had to figure out how to sign as the managing editor for each magazine, because I sign in a specific way for me on the very, very, very back page, which is the actual credits page. But the front credits page has, the fictional character. Yeah. There are plot lines running through all 4 issues. We have several love stories running through the issues. We have Brian Young did a really fun Transmetropolitan take, or Hunter Cobb. It was Hunter Cobb set in Denver. Like, it was a very bombastic storyline. And I will mention, there was a secret message in the last article that he wrote for Hunter Cobb.
Does he know that?
Oh, he knew. He told me that, and I had to edit it in a very specific way and then make sure John didn't actually mess it up. Because I told him, but he is also very, very busy, and he did not remember, so I had to
undo it and adjust it.
And point out what the message was.
That's very impressive. But congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
really exciting.
This is the 3rd time I've been nominated for the Hugo, and maybe 3rd time's the charm.
I mean, fingers crossed.
Whoa. And if you can vote for the Hugos, they close on August 8th at noon Pacific. So please consider voting if you can. And you can vote if you are a member of WorldCon in Anaheim this year.
Right. So that is just a little over a week.
Yep. Yes. I last year I was Schrodinger's winner because voting had just closed before.
I think I drew you a picture for that.
You did draw me a picture, and I gifted it to all of the finalists.
Oh,
and as soon as things close, I'm going to post it again.
Awesome.
Because it is a very cute picture.
Very nice. And Alita, what are you working on right now?
Well, I'm working on the aforementioned novella series that's going on, and then I am also working on a few comics projects unrelated to Shadowrun.
Tell us a little bit about those.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that you're supporting us. We want to support you.
Yeah. Well, I am working on a kids book that's still pretty early in development, but is going to be about an Indigenous auntie. And then I'm working on another very serious novel, or not novel, but like graphic novel. In partnership with Luxembourg.
Oh, nice.
So they did a story about a local priest of theirs who has like a big plaque up in a cathedral, and it turns out he was famous for missionary work, which they said that's probably he was part of the residential school process in Canada. Mm-hmm. So they did their research, and they found out that, yes, he was actually brought in to straighten out one of the schools where they were having problematic students, i.e. he was the fierce disciplinarian.
Oh, dear.
So they wrote his part of the story, and they were like, this is only half, though. We would like the Native survivors story, and on top of that. So I've been working with them. I found a couple of the, not the direct survivors, but their descendants who have the stories of their grandparents. And we're going to be publishing a book both in Luxembourg and Canada in French, English, and Luxembourgish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now, also, you did a TED Talk about storytelling,
I did, yes.
which was a really fun TED Talk.
What? No, tell me about that.
Hi. Do you want me to give you my TED Talk? No. I was asked to do there's a traditional art, especially among Plains tribes, called story robes. And it would be the sort of thing where you'd have a buffalo robe, and you'd have a bunch of different icons all around the robe, starting at the top and sort of going in a circle. And what they are is each icon is tied to a story or a legend or a deed. So they would often be like about a great warrior or a great chief. And you would have each of these stories as an icon, and sometimes they'd be like divided up, and you'd have 4 of them on a page, like a comic.
Oh.
And so I was talking about the intersections between live storytelling, record keeping through comics, but also teaching through comics and being able to access people who wouldn't normally pick up a novel and read it. You can sometimes get them to buy fun, silly pictures, and oops, you've learned something.
Yes.
So
and that is ideal. It's on YouTube. Look up Alina Pete TED Talk. You'll find it.
That is really impressive. That's exciting. I'm going to have to listen in. That'll be lovely.
Yeah, I just had a Shadowrun novel come out. I don't know if it's arrived yet.
The one we were waiting for.
Yeah.
I believe so. Some packages did come to the hotel. I do not know if yours were in it.
I hope so.
I know John is hoping to check on that one momentarily.
Yeah, because I'm signing again tomorrow in the booth. Emery Gray just came out. But the reason I mentioned that is I'm actually working on an utterly ridiculous novella
I can't wait.
Goes on between book 3 and book 4.
Okay.
And it is called Courting Chaos. And it is the utterly ridiculous courting issues and machinations and shenanigans between Jonathan Leeds and Miette Stoner. Ooh. I mean, it is. I'm actually writing it for my husband, who I love dearly, and I don't know how. Hi, honey. I don't know when it will come out, but it is in the timeline. It is between books 3 and 4, and books 4 is called Elf in White. Yes, there is a wedding. Yes, it gets attacked.
Shadowrun wedding episode.
Yeah. Well, it will be very Shadowrunny, but because I'm pulling in all the characters from all 4 books.
Oh, nice.
Well, not all of them. About 80% of them. But Courting Chaos is a bunch of linked short stories where, if the 2 people would just talk to each other, there wouldn't be a problem. But they met in very unusual circumstances, so one saved the other, and one's like, I don't want to pressure her because I saved her life. I want her to approach me. And she is like, she's been in a female fashion, been saying yes for a very long time, and he has been very dense. And she is like, I don't want to push him because he works for my patron and he may feel beholden because he saved my life. So I want him to say yes to me.
Nothing is ever easy or straightforward in Shadowrun.
Oh, no. And it just, like, when you get somebody... Here's the thing you do in your downtime. You pull on all your Shadowrun connections to find out things about people and how... what's their favorite color? Who are their friends? What have they been doing?
Contacts 5. What is her favorite flower?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it is going to be a very fun Shadowrun novella that ends on a very creepy note.
Ooh. I do love something that ends on a very creepy note.
Because again,
excellent.
Not everything is what it seems.
Wonderful.
So that is what I'm doing. I don't know how much time we have left, but
we are running into the final 5 minutes right there. So I was going to say, Alina, first and foremost, is there anything you'd like to recommend because a lot of our fans out here are interested in writing and doing things. I always, when I'm with our authors and things, I like to say, is there any advice you have out there for our potential authors, especially those that eventually will want to send some stuff over to Jen?
Yeah, I know. I often, when I'm coming up with a novella, I sort of try to think, what am I really interested in and what has nobody written about before? And if those 2 line up, that's the story I'll go after. So if it's something like, hey, listen, nobody's done a cozy Shadowrun story about like a night trying to decide what trids you're watching with your team. Because that could get into an argument.
Honestly, I would really like to see a cozy murder mystery.
Yeah, I like a cozy murder mystery.
Or a little bit of a noir mystery or something like that.
I see.
Yes. My thing, again, I'm going to say, please don't use AI. Please. if you want to look at short fiction, toss out your first 3 ideas and then go for the 4th, 5th, or 6th, because then you're digging into the story only you can tell, and that's important. I want the stories only you can tell. I want to hear what matters to you. I want your own voice telling Shadowrun stories through your lens, because your voice matters.
Is that why you let me write about my food obsession and my interest in Iron Chef?
Well, here the point is, you wrote a good story.
It was
Also,
one that nobody had done before.
Write a good story.
Yeah.
Write a good story in the Shadowrun universe. So, yes, that was because it was something I'd not seen before, and it was interesting, and it used all the skills, and it had moral quandaries, and it had a little bit of a love story in there. I mean,
Yeah.
it had all the things. So, yes, send me a sample. I want it to be science fiction or preferably Shadowrun, 1,000 to 2,000 words. Don't send it to me if you don't think it's good enough. No, actually, back that up. If you don't think it's done, don't send it to me. If you think it's good enough, don't do my job for me. Send it to me.
And an important aspect of that is to realize short fiction is a very, very different world than something like full novels or
Yes.
some of the long-form fiction right there. So when you're thinking about doing your samples, figuring out how to do something in a compact, powerful way of showing off your skill set.
Correct.
Because then you can make them even better there.
Absolutely. It is a different skill set, and I love a good short story. What I want is I want your story to... I want you to pretend I've had a rotten day. All I have to do is go finish this one story, and then I can go home. And then I want the story to stop me in my tracks.
Yeah.
And I want to still be thinking about it later.
I found short stories share a lot in common with comics.
Yeah.
Because for both, you really have to take your big, giant idea and edit it down to just like, what are the most interesting moments? Because I've only got a few pages.
Yeah.
So.
And a few images.
Exactly.
And you can only,
like when I'm writing short stories, especially if they've got a limit of 5,000 words or whatever, I try to go, what is the one idea that I'm the most interested and excited about, and write around that.
Okay.
And that's really exciting. Well, we're running for the first time right on time right there. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for everyone who's been listening in. Once again, we are at the Catalyst Game Labs, Fox Network, Six Sides of the Gaming streaming booth right outside of Exhibit Hall D in lovely Indianapolis, Indiana. We are here at GenCon and Day 3, Saturday. We've still got plenty of stuff to go, and we are excited to keep moving on. Next up on our schedule right here, hopefully, we're going to be sitting here with going to be Tim Zahn and Michael Timothy Zahn and Michael Stackpole as soon as they get done with their signing right over there. So we may be a couple of minutes late. We're on time. They may be a little bit late, so that's different. But I just had the wonderful, wonderful joy of being here to be able to talk about Shadowrun short fiction with editor-at-large Jen Brozek and Alina Pete, wonderful author right there. Such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having
Thanks
us.
for giving us this opportunity to sit down, because this was all your wonderful idea, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But you got some great tips here. Feel free to rewatch this over on YouTube. And if you've ever wanted to write for Shadowrun, we've given you the tips on how to do that here. So once again, I'm Michael Ciravella, events manager for Catalyst Game Labs. You'll see me a little bit more over the next few days, assuming I still have a voice. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. And as always, keep rolling.
You're
All
up,
right.
Aaron.
Hi, and welcome to the Catalyst live stream. And I am Aaron Rosenberg. I am here with Michael Stackpole and Timothy Zahn.
Hello.
So, guys, for anyone who doesn't know you, which I can't imagine, say a little something about yourselves.
Well, we've been mercenaries for years.
Yes.
And, we don't kill things except in print.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've done a lot of BattleTech, a lot of Star Wars stuff, pretty much anything else anyone will pay me for.
Right.
My big claim to fame is having created Grand Admiral Thrawn for the Thrawn trilogy back in the 90s. He is slowly taking over the galaxy, as you know, and the brilliant tactical part is he has started by taking over Disney, because that's half the galaxy right there.
It really is.
It's a pretty good plan. I mean, yeah. I don't know why no one thought of it before. So, how long have you been working with Catalyst? Or some variation thereof?
Well, I started with FASA back in
Right.
87, I think. The first novel came out in 88. So, yeah, first two came out in 88.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And has it been sort of an unbroken chain since then? Have there been...
Relatively speaking, there was a period right after it transitioned between WizKids and Catalyst where I wasn't doing any major projects, but doing a little stuff here and there.
Yeah. Okay. Tim, what about you?
I've been with Catalyst for about 16 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did a part of a graphic novel for them that's coming out next year, I think.
Yep.
Planned to come out next year. Last night they took me to dinner and plied me with Sprite. So we're talking about 2 or 3 other projects down the line to get myself into this. Yeah. It's,
right. Okay. I mean,
so
it's an exciting IP, right? I mean, it's an interesting space to be in.
I mentioned having gotten the 160,000 page booklet, and they said, "Oh, that's the abridged one."
Yeah.
Right.
So, but no, it is BattleTech's a huge, fabulous universe. A lot of places you can play, a lot of things you can do. Very wide-ranging history. So, you got a little taste of that with the graphic novel. I'm looking forward to jumping in a little bit more and getting my feet wet, then up to my knees, and then it's probably going to be the adult end of the pool. So,
And Mike, obviously, you've been in the world for a long time. So, what new exciting things are you looking at in the world?
Oh, the thing which is exciting about the BattleTech world is that it is so dynamic and it has got so much history, so that you can reach back to events that happened 100, 150 years ago and bring threads forward. And so that to me is just very, very cool. I mean, look, all of us write tie-in stuff, and we all have people will go, "Oh God, you're writing tie-in stuff. That must be so constricting," or things. And yet, if we were writing World War II novels, we would have the same constraints on us, just with the documentation would be worse. So,
yes.
So it is very, very cool that we're able to be able to pull all of this together, and you just have so much synergy working with different authors, being able to toss things back and forth in the stories.
Right.
And that is that's just very cool. I mean, that's what we did back in the days in Star Wars.
Sure.
Yeah. That we were able to toss things back and forth, and having sort of that creative gestalt, adding different pieces to what we're doing. And I remember very specifically with Star Wars one time, Tim called me up and said, "So what are you doing today?" And I said, "Hey, I have just invented the best Imperial pilot ever." And without missing a beat, he says, "What's his name? I can use him." And it's that same sort of thing that you get with with the BattleTech universe. I remember I created this character, Duncan Treat, who is basically the present-day equivalent of Tom Cruise in the universe, and just texted Brian and said, "By the way, the Tom Cruise equivalent in the universe is named Duncan Treat." And you get this great message back going, okay. Like, do I need to worry about that? Nope. Just need to know it's there.
Right.
You know, so.
Okay. And, I mean, Tim, obviously you have a lot of experience doing this sort of thing. So was it daunting at all to wander into this universe fresh?
It's always daunting when you've got the 160,000 page thing that you're supposed to get at least a passing understanding of. Fortunately, Mike had anchored me to a group and a particular mech, so I could, okay, I'll skim or read gently through everything up to this point. Okay, now focus on the mercs and the mech that I'm going to be using, and then build the characters around that. So it's intimidating, but Mike had made it bite-sized for me.
Right.
And we've already talked about the next project, and he has already said, tell me what story, and we'll find the right world to put it on. So I don't have to leaf through and find exactly what I want. They have a better baseline understanding of everything, and I expect to be leaning on him and John a lot, just making sure I'm coordinating with everything else that's been done.
Right. Yeah. I mean, having worked with Mike before, it's hard to find a better mentor or support system. So, you know, and like you said, there's such a great support system in general throughout the system, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So without too many spoilers, can you hint at what mech you're doing?
It's a short story for... Is it... what?
Well, it's either an anthology or we'll put it into Shrapnel.
Okay.
We'll have to figure out exactly where it's going to end up. Yeah.
It's basically I'm going to jump off of the characters I've got in the graphic novel.
Right. Okay.
And expand or modify, or I've got some talking to do with you about a couple of ideas. And we'll go on from there. Mike did tell me last night that one of the things I can do is create my own merc group and develop them from that. So we're going to talk about that.
Right.
I would love to have my own mercenary group, crowd control at conventions, things like that would be cool.
Yeah.
So you realize that's fictional. You realize that's fictional.
For
I
now.
know people.
For now.
We can adapt.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So, it's We basically, they pitched me a 10,000 word story, a 20,000 word story, and an 80,000 word novel.
Right.
So we're going to work our way into this gently and just make sure this is a good fit for everybody.
Okay.
And it's also, the thing is that over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been making a move in the development of BattleTech in the universe to, back in the FASA days, the story would determine a lot of where the game product was.
Right.
And so we'd be making sure that we had a good story, and then we'd be able to build a product around that. And that shifted during the days of WizKids, just because they were putting out collectible product on a very set schedule, and that required some shifting around of stuff. So now as we move back to the idea of having story contributing more heavily to what's going to be going on with the product mix, that means we're in a position where, for example, with the graphic novel, we're able to say to Tim, here's your unit, here's your mech, this is, these are the 2 points you need to hit.
Yeah.
In your story, and then knock yourself out, do whatever else you want.
Here's the character we want to anchor it to our timeline.
Yeah, because we're going to need this character in this position, further down the time stream.
Yeah,
and that is really one of those. Again, as we were talking about with the Imperial pilot, it's very much that sort of thing of here's an asset, how are we going to use it, or I need something here. So how do I develop it, and we make it all link up very, very smoothly,
right?
And that is, it's really funny because that is a task that not a lot of writers have to do.
Yeah,
and so it seems. I mean, you listen to people say, "Well, I just want to write my novels," and they'll do whatever they want to do. And for all of us, it becomes a team sport. And which enriches it greatly. can also make it a little frustrating, but it also makes it one of these things of a team sport out of writing a book. How the hell does that work?
Yeah.
Well, it's. I tell people say, do you prefer writing your own stuff or Star Wars or BattleTech? It's different. As you said, BattleTech, Star Wars, this is basketball.
Yeah.
You got limits on your field, you got rules, you got how many characters you do. If you want to make your own universe, that's Calvin Ball.
Yeah.
Where you get to make up all the rules, then follow them, but you get to make them up as you go.
Right.
Both are interesting, both are challenging in different ways. And there's no particular preference. I know which stories would fit Star Wars. I know which stories, or I've got a feel for what would fit BattleTech. And I know which ones will fit neither of them. Those are my own.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's just the experience. Yeah, you want to write your own novel? Go for it. But if you want to write a novel that will actually fit into our universe, talk to us.
Yeah, and it's exciting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this level of synergy is, like you said, it's really, really rare, and it's challenging.
Yep.
But it's a good challenge. So, okay, so what are you looking forward to next then in this universe?
Oh, the stuff that if anyone saw earlier in the stream, there were a bunch of us talking about what's coming up in the Hinterland saga.
Okay.
As BattleTech moves through eras and gets story set up, you'll classify it, and so the Hinterland saga is going to be moving from the end of the previous era, so we're in the Ill-Clan era now, and we're pushing things forward. So we get to watch the story develop, and I realize I'm being hopelessly vague. But there is, there are certain things you're allowed to say out loud,
yes,
and you're not allowed to say out loud.
Right.
But for anybody who's really appreciated the way that the universe's story has been told in the past, we're getting a lot more of that. And the one real big benefit back from the difference between back in the day when, I was having to shoulder a lot of this load, or Jim Long was shouldering a lot of the load. Now we got a lot more people and other platforms like Shrapnel, like the Free Fiction program.
Yeah.
So we've got a broader base in which to tell that story. And that means we obviously can tell more story, and that'll make the universe go forward a lot more smoothly.
Okay. Tim, as somebody who hadn't worked in this universe before this, is there anything you're excited to see? Not to work on yourself, but is there anything you're looking forward to seeing other people doing? Any areas that you thought this would be fun to see someone else take on?
I don't have enough memory of all the threads you guys have laid down, all the track that's out there. But I trust Mike and his merry band of minions to do a good job with this.
Right.
It's... People say sometimes that, well, I like your books, but not somebody else's. Writing science fiction is a skill. Writing BattleTech or Star Wars science fiction is an additional skill.
Yes.
Just because you can do one does not mean you can do the other.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I want to start out slowly. I want to make sure I can capture the feel.
Yes.
Because every universe has its own feel. The adventure, action, sacrifice, humor, romance, friendship. And if you can't capture that feel, it's not going to feel like this is a BattleTech book or a BattleTech story. And I want to make sure I can do that before I commit myself and them to anything further.
Yeah. No, that seems totally fair.
Yeah.
So, Mike, if someone asks you, excluding the phrase big stompy robots, right? I mean, like when you and Tim first started talking about this, what was the encapsulation for BattleTech? How would you, like someone else who's watching this, who's interested in writing for BattleTech at some point down the line, or interested in reading it and hasn't before?
Sure. The BattleTech stories are a big, sprawling science fiction saga. Many, many worlds. It is humans only. There are no aliens. But many, many worlds, dynastic empires, and there's an overarching political conflict which drives a lot of the stories. But beneath that larger umbrella, There are plenty of small stories, intimate stories that can be told, and really from way back when in the days, back in the 80s, this was primarily how we designed that universe. We would, every 3 years, we would have a meeting where we would get together and create a 5-year plan. So we would know what the grand strategic ideas were going to be, and then we would have stories that are told within that within that umbrella. And then, like I say, we'd never get to the end of the 5-year plan, but 3 years in, we'd modify it and we'd push it further down the line, and that allowed us to have enough space to play, but also it was narrow enough a focus to maintain momentum, and we could still turn on a dime. I remember there was one point where I was writing one of the spine novels, one of the main novels that follows the political line, and it was a Saturday morning, and I suddenly had one of those epiphanies of, oh my God, what if this character really isn't this character? What if they're really this person over here? And I called up the line developer. And again, Saturday morning, call them at home and say, this is what's going on. And we talked it over because I had looked through the source books that we had, and by noontime it was agreed that this is now what we're dealing with, and they let all the other developers know that this is the sea change that we had. But that ended up making for one of the big surprises in the universe, and really is what keeps the universe dynamic and alive.
Yeah. And one of the things I've noted, just the feel of BattleTech, is this is exactly like Earth history, except instead of developing tanks and bigger tanks and ships and bigger ships and planes, we're having walking weapons. Yeah. But you've got the same politics, messy politics, family, government, industry, messing around with each other. You've got weapons developers. This is a great bot. It's got this weakness. Let's try to make another one that doesn't have that. The weapons designers. It all feels like it's got a real basis. And that is what makes it feel like a real history. Yeah, I can see these people doing this. I can see this boneheaded idea and what happened because of it. So it's got the feel of reality, which is what you want in any kind of a fictional universe.
Right.
This is real people doing real things with the same brilliance and stupidity and drives as everybody.
Yeah. And we've also been able to, and this again is one of the things that I think a lot of people who don't read military science fiction, don't read tie-in fiction, don't understand that what we do is not just in service of a product.
Yeah.
We're writing about real characters. We're writing about things that, when people die in these books, it's not it's not a box score. Okay. I mean, you see these characters die. You see their friends in pain. Right. There have been some, throughout the saga, there have been some really tragic love stories that, we regularly kill off characters. And you will occasionally have people angry with you about, why did so-and-so have to die? But that's all part of making it very, very real. Right. Because if you're writing military science fiction and people die but nobody cares, it's not real.
Right. There's no stakes.
Yeah, and you have to, therefore you have to kill characters that people care about.
Yeah.
Because it's not realistic to have a war where nobody dies.
Right.
And so these are choices that end up having to be made, and sometimes readers don't like it, but that's just part of what we have to do.
Well, you were saying earlier today when we were talking about this that it's it's all right if they don't like the character death as long as they respect it, as long as it's done respectfully, and it's a valuable, important death and not just a meaningless, off-the-page sort of thing.
Yeah. You got to but here we are talking about game novels, and yet we're talking about emotional depth. We're talking about character growth.
Right.
All the things that if we were in some, graduate program for writing literary fiction, we'd be talking about. So it's very much the same thing. We just get to dress our characters up in cool costumes, and they get to shoot big guns.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting, like you were talking about creating your own Merc group potentially, right? I mean, to develop that degree of originality and that degree of sort of personalization in it, but also to build that sort of backstory, like you're saying, having this sort of real life setup, So, how is that different for you from some of the things you've done before?
I mean, that's all part of creating your universe or working in universe, whether it's your characters in Star Wars, your original stuff, people in BattleTech. They need to feel real. They need to engage with the reader.
Yeah.
If the reader doesn't care about the characters anymore, you've lost them. And you want them to be competent in their area. They can have blind spots in other areas. But they have to feel like, yes, I understand this person. Example in the wrong direction, the end of the original Jurassic Park, where a big game hunter, now with a gun and his back to the wall, goes into the forest to hunt the velociraptors. No, you let them come to you've got boomstick now.
Yeah, right.
And that just felt artificial. That's the author telling the character what to do instead of the character saying, I wouldn't do something like that. And that is part of the realism we're doing. I remember years ago when it was I think it was the Muppets, the Great Muppet Caper came out, and I remember Siskel and Ebert talking about, I didn't like Miss Piggy quite as much in this thing. She didn't seem as vulnerable, and then concluding with, you realize we're talking about a fictional character that has more personality than half the people in Hollywood.
Yeah, a fictional character made of felt, right?
Yes, we're trying to make characters that feel more real than your average person not reading from a script at a press conference.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, people obviously get so invested, right? I mean, it's such a real world for people, and there's such a history to it that I'm sure you get people coming up to you, both of you, who have invested a lot of time and energy and, empathy into the characters you've created.
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be very rewarding.
Absolutely. I remember it was at a GenCon many, many years ago. There was a guy there who, from a conversation I'd had with him earlier, I knew he was a Navy SEAL. Certainly you take a look at him and it's like, oh yeah, guys, tough guy. And I remember he came over to me and he says, about Victor and Omi, are they ever going to get together? And I remember looking at him and going, you're not allowed to ask that question. You're blowing my stereotypes here. But the fact was, here you've got somebody who is one of the finest warriors, humanity's ever produced, and yet his concern in this story was all about the romantic love story angle of those two characters.
Yeah.
And that is, again, the great thing about the universe is we have the space for that, for all those different stories, and that's what I find really cool about the new writers that we're bringing in. Really talented people who are willing to embrace the universe and say, okay, I know what stories have already been told. I know what style they're in. Now I want to play over here.
Yeah.
And the universe has got the room for that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, actually, I understand his question perfectly. This guy's my brother. I'm interested in his life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely.
So one thing, obviously, if we're talking BattleTech, we're talking giant robots, right? You both have written Star Wars. Right. Star Wars is considered pretty much the example of space opera, right? You have lightsabers. eventually they figured out how lightsabers work with kyber crystals and everything else, right? But initially, when the first movie came out, they were a magic sword, more or less, right? And that is the trappings that go with space opera. How is it different working with something like BattleTech? Like you're talking about the mech and things like that. Like having how much science, well, one, how much science do you have to know to write this sort of thing? And how much science do you feel needs to be incorporated into what you're doing? Like, because it is more of a tech-forward world, obviously.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of when you invent your own tech, you just need to give it rules and follow those rules.
Yeah.
You cannot say, cannot change the laws of physics, and after the commercial, change the laws of physics.
Right.
So every hero has to be limited in a box. Otherwise, Superman without kryptonite is boring. You can solve everything in 3 pages. So you've got the physics of these giant walking robots.
Right.
Okay, we've got them. You have to be able to walk. They have to be able to fire. They have to be able to defend themselves. And you've got the numbers. Okay, you get hit 5 times with this weapon. You've probably got a breach and you're toast. You just need to have all of that. And remember the real science. Occasionally science gets to do a cameo in my books. Angular momentum comes into play. Accelerate, flip over, decelerate, that sort of thing. Your star drive has to have rules, and you follow them. And people behave like people. People are in power. There's a whole spectrum, of course, but the spectrum that likes more power is always going to want more power. That's just, you keep an eye on human nature as well as your science. And, okay, this character wants power up to this point. Have to reason why. If this character doesn't want to deal with this particular type of person, why? It's as important as this mech will do this and not do that.
Yeah.
So you keep your sociology along with your physics and your chemistry.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things we used to do back in the day, and it actually still applies, that BattleTech is science fiction with World War II technology.
Yeah.
And so it is. It's getting a little bit clunky. And so you have that, and a lot of the stories can feel like World War II stories, in the field.
Yeah.
But as you begin to explore into those other corners of what the universe has to offer, you get to play with those different stories. You can tell mob stories. Mm-hmm. You can tell, kids having fun stories. It's all there because we've got that depth. And if you want to tell something, if you want to tie it and delve really deeply into the history, I mean, you've got 150 years of active history that we've been writing for, and thousands, or at least over 1,000 years, prior to that, that you could delve into. So. A lot of places to go, a lot of cool characters to mine, and it's how far do you want to go into that 160,000 words, or pages worth of universe. So
now, have you, because one of the things about BattleTech obviously is, like you were saying, because of the World War II technology, there's a very particular feel to it, right? There's a gravity to it, right? A mass to it, and obviously one place that plays out would be in miniatures.
Right.
Because, that's something tactile. That's something that you can see, you can feel, you can paint, you can customize. Right. Do you do anything with the miniatures? I mean, just personally, in terms of not necessarily, in terms of writing for them or anything.
I've learned how to paint miniatures badly.
I, on the other hand, am a natural at painting miniatures badly. I didn't have to study.
It's good to have a talent. Yes. All right, I'll fall back.
What people do with the miniatures and how they paint them and stuff, 2 aspects. One, there are some brilliant artists out there. Absolutely. They just do stunning stuff.
Yeah.
But the other thing which is kind of cool is when you've created a unit or you create a character and you describe what their mech looks like and stuff like that, somebody will paint that.
Yes.
And they will take, this scrap of a picture out of your brain, and they will turn it into something absolutely gorgeous. And that is just really heartwarming.
Right.
To know that what you did inspired somebody to do this. I mean, I don't take credit for their work, but they liked it enough that they wanted to devote some time and their skills to it. And that is, that's one of the things we're doing at the convention this evening is the Masters and Minions game, where players of BattleTech end up playing against those of us who write and edit and produce, work on the staff side of BattleTech.
Yeah.
And every one of us on the master side of it, we're given a set of 4 mechs. 2 we get to keep for ourselves because they're beautifully painted.
All right.
And the others, as the players shoot us out, they get their choice of of mechs. So they get a souvenir, but every year we end up having sets of these mechs, and it's a cool community thing. I think the money goes to charity.
Right.
This raised for entering that, and it will be a hideously long slog that'll keep me up past my bedtime, but fun.
Right.
A lot of fun.
So do you use miniatures to choreograph any of your battles?
Yes, I was going to ask the same thing.
I don't use miniatures to choreograph the battles, but what I do, the pattern of damage and the way mechs take damage is, to simplify it incredibly, there's generally 2 or 3 rounds of armor getting sanded off, and then you're into the target.
Yeah.
And so what I do is I will have record sheets, and I will actually roll the dice. And so writing battle chapters takes me twice as long as doing anything else. But I want to see that stuff come through so that when I describe those battles for the players, they're going, oh, I know exactly what's going on here.
Right.
Though players will tell me that my characters hit more often than they usually do in games, because it's like, we can't go on forever doing this stuff. But that also has created some really fun situations for me, because here you're doing this battle, and all of a sudden, a character that you need to come out on the winning side takes internal damage, which makes it really, really rough. So now you're writing around that problem, and you're writing around their reaction. So I mean, that's true. Or the other side is sometimes they will get a lucky shot that ends the fight like that, and it's like, I'm just going to have to bank that one, save it, save it for later. But so that's as close as I do. I think putting the miniatures out on the map and moving around and stuff like that would be, one, superfluous, and 2, it would cut down on the flow of battle. Since playing it, we're doing it turn by turn. We need to know where everything is. We need to have the time to count. But when you're describing it in a story, everybody's got to be moving. There's got to be a lot of energy in it.
Yeah, you get a certain narrative dilation involved.
Yeah.
But you have visually what's happening in your mind.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Tim, do you plan on having any mechs setting out when you're working on yours, just for visual reference?
With a cat in the house, not a chance.
Fair, very fair. Yeah, but I do find it's very helpful to have that kind of model, right? To have that kind of diagram and schematic that you can look at and know exactly which pieces are where.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
When I'm doing whatever mechs I'm going to do, I will bookmark. Actually, I don't have a solid copy. I'm a hard copy. I should grab one of those.
We can do that. Yeah.
Bookmark where everything is, so I can flip to the appropriate, see what it is, just remind myself of stats, and go on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sadly, I think we're just about out of time.
Okay.
So, where else can we find you guys? You're signing again tomorrow, I believe.
At noon till 1.
Noon till 1.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think same for me. I'm not sure if I'm signing with you or
You're
But
doing
I know I'm
something,
signing
yeah.
tomorrow, yeah.
Okay.
It's on the
Catalyst
board
booth.
at the Catalyst
Yeah.
booth.
Right. Okay. And Mike, you'll be at the Catalyst booth tomorrow, or
Yeah, I think I've got one other thing I have to do over in the Writers' Symposium.
okay. All right. And of course, for anyone again who, for some strange reason, doesn't know you guys, right, which is almost impossible, where can they find you online?
Two places to find me. One on Blue Sky.
Okay.
And then I've got this project, the Chain Story Project,
Yes.
which you can find at chainstorycore.com. Aaron's contributed to it. A lot of really good authors are offering up free fiction, so you can come take a look.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just on Facebook because social media is a huge time sink, and I can't afford that.
Absolutely. Right. You have BattleTech to write.
I'm sorry?
You have BattleTech to write.
Absolutely.
Yep, there we go.
So I am told.
Yes. All right.
By people who are bigger than I am.
Well, okay. Maybe they have mechs on their side. So
I'll see what mechs I can get, yes.
There you
Yes.
go. Yeah.
First use of a mech will be to walk across from our hotel to the convention center across that torn up landscape.
There you go.
all
That
right.
would do it.
See, good plans for next year.
Yes.
All right. Great. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate
problem.
it.
Thank you.
So, yeah, it's a pleasure as always.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And we're back at GenCon with the roundtable. And for those who were there with us yesterday, we had a great time discussing some awesome topics. Yesterday we covered pros and cons of virtual tabletop. We covered the protecting your IP versus the war on fandom, and why distribution is becoming less and less relevant to retail stores. You missed some good stuff, John.
I did.
Yeah. We're going to do a quick round of introductions for those who may have missed us yesterday, and I'm going to pick on John since he was not here. So, John, lead us off.
Apologies. Hi, I'm John Ritter, former head of games from Kickstarter. I also run Very Creative Name, which is a strategic agency helping folks get their games out into the market. And then I also have an upcoming publishing company called Thresher. We're working on about 3 or 4 different projects right now, all of which are secret. So, sorry.
Hi, I'm Mike Webb. I am the general manager of WizKids Games. Been involved off and on with Gamma as a director, and I am been in the industry about 32 years.
I'm Meredith Placco. I'm the CEO of TurboDork, and I am the current sitting president of the board of directors of Gamma, which is the Tabletop Games Association.
I am Paul Alexander Butler. I'm the owner of Games and Stuff outside of Baltimore, Maryland. Hello, everybody watching at Constellation back home. And I'm also one of the owners of Free RPG Day.
And I'm Lauren Coleman, CEO, owner of Catalyst Game Labs, and your host for this hour. So, we're going to jump right into our first topic, which is, I'm going to go right with Mike Webb.
Oh, no.
Mass versus friendly local game stores, the false dichotomy.
Yeah.
And I'll let him explain what that means.
So, I've been in the business 30 years, and for a long time, there were no games in mass. If you said game in mass market, that meant Monopoly, Scrabble, etc. And I'm not saying that they're bad games, but they aren't hobby games, right? As our style, as tabletop hobby games have gotten more and more prevalent within mass market, there's been some resistance on the local level from friendly local game stores, making sure that they're able to have some product available. And we're just seeing that so many of those stores, Walmart for a while, the board game section had shrunk to nothing, and now it's the entire back wall again. Target's got an entire wall of games. So we're in that point of time where, again, we're looking at is what is the proper engagement as far as reaching the maximum number of customers for a new title, and can you do that while also supporting the stores where people come to learn games that are more complex, or come to find out how to play a game, or see a game played, or come to a place where there's expertise that's there.
So can you?
Well, my take on it is you absolutely can. We certainly looked at it as far as getting core games out again and again. I was in distribution for 24 years. Whenever a core game would get into mass, would get into Target, get into Walmart, get into wherever, we would see sales not just of expansions of that game increase, we would see sales of that very title that was actually on the shelf there increase in a great many cases.
So you're saying mass market can lead to better hobby sales for the same product?
On the exact same product, but also sales for the adjunct product that surrounds it. Really, where I want to make sure that we are all staying concerned is on the publishing end of this, in making sure whenever we're making product available on the mass side of it, that we are also making product available for hobby, that we're working, whether it's through distribution, whether it's through direct to retail, we're working to make sure that those core stores are able to still have the core product available and not be shorted on it if it gets hot in mass. And it's all that balancing game that's been going on for years.
Well, yeah. Go on.
Actually, I want to go right to our retailer here on the panel and see what he thinks about that plan.
So generally speaking, I agree with Mike. I do think that most of the time that our style games end up in mass, it raises the awareness of the game, it raises the awareness of gaming in general, and to your point, it often frequently increases, expansion sales or whatnot for me. Right. Where I find it more challenging, now some of you know I served on the retail board of Gamma for many years, so yeah. I often think not just about my store, which is a very large store in a very large metropolitan area, but about all the little guys. And sometimes I think that the pain, as it were, of a hobby game ended up in mass that's felt by a small store in a small market is significant. For me, I'm like, well, I got a bajillion more people. Like, more people are talking about this game. They're going to come to me, right? But if there's a tiny store in a small market and the Target has the thing, they might service all those local customers, and that smaller store now doesn't have that customer base. The one time when I get a little cranky about it, and I understand why they do it, and it makes sense, and I'm not suggesting it should be any other way, but what I find challenging is when Mass gets a game 3 months before I do. Particularly if it's a game line or an IP that has an especially strong existing fan base, those customers are going to go get the thing as soon as it's available from the Target or the Walmart or wherever, so that I've had to train myself. I'm like, okay, this publisher tends to release this product line to Mass 90 days before I get it. I crank my pre-orders way down. Of course. Because if it's a particular product line that has a very engaged fan base, they're not going to come to me. Now, again, I'm in a market where I will always find customers for that game. But some of the early exclusives to Mass mean that I'm supporting that title significantly less.
I think from the publisher side, look, you have to be really mindful. One of the things when I was running Steve Jackson Games was, trying to recapture some of that Mass. And obviously Munchkin is a long-loved game, but we had lost some of our mass market penetration. And, to gain that is I didn't want to upset the stores, but I wanted to have those sales in mass. So it's like you want to be very mindful what you do, and also not every game needs to be in mass market.
Right.
It's okay if you have a core evergreen title, make an exclusive for that mass industry, be it a Target, be it a Walmart, be it whatever, and then work on stuff that is going to sell and engage to the local game store. Do you have thoughts on
I just thought of another point I want to add, but I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. And I think just to that, where I wanted to go with what you were saying, that I think there are games that do very well in mass. I would argue that party games are a great place for mass market, and I'd love to see a lot of our hobby games in there, but my biggest concern has always been, how do you still service FLGS? Because at our core, in our industry, that is where our fans continue to come and grow, and our biggest engagement is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as local game stores, that's where the education is. That's where when people go into your store, you can spend the time and tell them what something is, how to get into it, how to get into whether it be Magic the Gathering or a crunchy big Euro or painting or anything like that. They can sit down and talk to you. Where you go into a Target, there's no education happening there. You're
box. Lucky if you can find an employee.
Exactly. So you go, ooh, box. I know I want that. I'm going to go buy it. So that's why I think, for me, when I think of something that's a little bit more complex, local game stores are absolutely my best friend, because then I get that education. I get someone pushing it over the line for me. And ideally, you're giving them something in return for that. You're giving them something that drives people to that local game store. If it's on the shelf in mass market, people are going to go. They're going to find it. Cool aunts and uncles will buy it for their nieces and nephews. But local game store, give them fun, cool things to draw people in and say, hey, if you go to your local game store, they have these exclusive cards, which I think you guys like, right? Incentives to bring people in the door.
Yeah.
If it makes sense.
Right.
And Mike called it a false dichotomy. And I think Meredith touched on that a little bit, which is just because it's in mass doesn't mean it should be doing, I think both of you touched on that, doesn't mean it should be doing worse in hobby. It really should be doing better in hobby. I have heard that multiple times, and while I've only had the one product ever hit a mass market store, I have been in book trade, and we have done almost a similar style with Kickstarter. And you've talked about this many times, John, which is there was sometimes a thought by game stores, I've heard complain to me, that by going to something like mass market or Kickstarter, we're taking money out of their store. And yet, I have never had my hobby sales go down from a big Kickstarter. They've always gone up. It's like they're better after a big Kickstarter or something like that. So I'm not sure where that thought came from, where that concept came from, that this is taking money out of the hobby trade. It seems my numbers all say it was found money, that our numbers went up in hobby. We did not take from any stores at all. Now, could we have could you have an alpha gamer that they buy everything here and they bought, the one thing they didn't get from me was that game last year? Yes, but by getting that out to them and making them even more part of that, they sold it to 3 of their friends that may not have bought that game.
Right.
I mean, probably bought it at that game store.
I will put an asterisk on that.
Please.
Generally, I agree with you. However, sometimes there are publishers that crowdfund a product. It's very successful. It pushes through the retail. I sell a ton of their product. But they continue to return to the well for every supplement. And at that point, all I'm doing is creating customers for their next Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And there have been a couple lines, I won't name them, but there's a couple role-playing lines that I don't carry at all anymore.
Sitting right here, dude.
Because they return to crowdfunding so frequently, all I'm doing is creating customers for their crowdfunding, and nothing happens on my shelf.
No,
right?
that is totally fair. That is where you have a business plan that is crowding out those follow-on customers and those supplemental customers, and a lot of companies I think do that. Not always by design, they get caught in that trap.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
And they really don't know, and they don't handle their first Kickstarter as well as they thought they did, and they end up in a financial cash flow issue. So they go back to that well and back to that well, and they're caught in that spiral. And you often see them spiraling down to that death.
I won't name names, but we know companies that have gone down that spiral or going down that spiral.
Right.
It's
some people that will never get another dime, according to the internet.
Exactly, nor should they. But I think that companies have become far too reliant on crowdfunding. I'm making sure that I'm saying crowdfunding because there's other platforms that exist. Yep. You should absolutely look at all platforms, get the best deal you can get. Everyone wants you on their platform. Go talk to everybody. But going down that spiral, these companies need to make sure that you're going to local game stores, you're going to mass, and you're not becoming reliant on this thing that isn't always there. You need to be able to make sure that your company survives without that next crowdfunding campaign. Right. Because if you don't know what it's going to do. I worked there for 5 years. I've guessed one campaign within $100. No one else can guess their campaigns. So don't rely on it. Have it be supplemental and then have a flow into distribution that actually works. Or, I don't know, just something else. Don't rely solely on crowdfunding.
And I conflated mass with the Kickstarter crowd because there are some parallels in how that approaches local game stores. But going back really quick to the mass market issue, you won't see that quite as much because most people don't get their main game and supplements in a mass. It really is a one and done most of the time in mass. If you're in there, most of our hobby trade isn't in mass market. The select top sales are usually there, not the supplements, not every game in that inventory for most publishers. But you
you using the phrase one and done speaks to the other point that I thought of, which is the way in which mass does markdowns. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a lot of times, core game X is in mass. I'm selling it, very well. They're selling it very well, or not. I don't know. But at some point, they move on, and the entire chain marks down a game significantly. And the instant that happens, it's all over all the board game groups and everything, and my sales plummet. Until that stock dries up.
We had one do that. We had one product do that, and we just rolled with it. We knew it was going to kill that one product. We're like, that's just the game, and that's the mass market chase game.
But as the retailer, how do you recover? Do you just go, I have to discount too?
No, honestly, it depends on the title, right? But because it's rarely something that I would call an evergreen, but it's something that's sort of in the midst of its cycle, of its successful cycle, right? So, we'll always have customers that are going to shop with us and not at the Targets of the world, right? So I might continue to sell it, but it might be that it craters the sales enough that that it's not part of my restock cycles for a while, and at some point I might just move on.
Well, I also think this is something where education can come into play on the publisher side, because when a publisher is young or hungry, those are two different things, can also be the same. The idea of being in mass seems like a real win. You're like, if I'm in Target, I've made it. But that's not always the case.
No,
in fact,
that
could absolutely kill you, because one, you're suddenly having to produce more copies of a game that could go on to markdown or get put into a clearance house, which is even worse, because now suddenly your stuff is at one of those third-party discount warehouses.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than walking into an Ollie's and seeing like 8 titles from the same publisher.
Exactly.
You're just sort of like, ooh, that hurt.
I think that's a publisher. I've seen this trap a lot with a lot of younger publishers that I've worked with. That they desire so strongly to get into distribution, to get into mass, but they don't have a plan for it. And that's why, I truly believe that if you have a game that's going to hit mass, you need to be so mindful of that rollout. And no matter how big your order is, pull back a couple thousand, because it's never going to sell as much as you think it is. And if it is, then you do another reprint, you know?
And I want to stress again, try and make sure you're reserving some for your other channels. Don't let one channel completely absorb all of the inventory, and that requires, from a publishing end, managing your finances, so you don't need to move every product as quick as I can, whatever you.
There's something else I thought of that's I think retailers often lose sight of, is sometimes that like new or exclusive or temporarily exclusive product at mass would not exist if not for that mass deal.
Indeed.
Yeah. Right? So it's sort of like, oh, here's the new variant of a title that sells very well. That's, a Target exclusive for 6 months, and retail is all like, why do we have access to that game? I'm like, well, that game wouldn't exist but for the deal that Target made to create an alternate exclusive version. Right. And we might get it eventually, right? But some of those games just simply wouldn't be out there in the world if not for those deals.
Yeah, there's a Steve Jackson Munchkin.
Star Trek Catan is a great example.
Target exclusive.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
All right. And from that, I'm going to shift over a little. Since we talked about Kickstarter a little bit, I'm going to shift over to Jonathan's topic, which was the 5-year cycle of the creator economy in tabletop and crowdfunding. Why don't you explain a little bit what you're talking about there, and then throw it back to us?
So I haven't been in the industry as long as this guy, or this guy, or this guy, or this girl. But I've been.
Did you just call her old? Wow.
No, I didn't say that.
I've only been in the industry. I'm a lot younger than you in this industry. I mean, I'm older than you in years.
You are all more experienced than me. But I started 14 years ago in crowdfunding, and I've just noticed that every 4 or 5 years, everything kind of shifts. People pick up on what the successful companies are doing, and then everybody starts doing that, and then some companies are just doing the new thing that then eventually gets picked up on. So, 10 years ago, I think a lot of people were doing free shipping. And now no one does free shipping because they realized, because
they're not insane.
Exactly. Well, they realized Amazon can do free shipping because they're insanely massive and evil. I guess we don't have to do free shipping. And now everyone's realizing, like, oh, tariffs, this is how you structure them, or shipping, this is how you structure them. Stretch goals, I think, are becoming less emphasized as of late. And I think backers are understanding that is an ideal thing because it's not stressing out publishers and having games not be successful because they can't deliver. Advertising is more rampant than ever. And the pre-launch phase now, in the past 5 or 6 years, has become emphasized so much that folks it's if you do it the right way, you're not gambling, you're actually setting yourself up for success. So when you launch, you're going to find that success. So I'm always looking for what the next thing is that people are doing on like the cutting edge of doing right now that will be picked up for the next 5 years. And I think right now that's really emphasizing pre-launch, better product design.
Let's come back to what you think the next 5 years is going to show.
Yeah.
I'd like to know if anyone else has seen anything they would say from the last 5 years. What have you seen from your point of view as has been coming out of crowdfunding that you've seen in the last 5 years? As a trend or a failing or succeeding trend.
I've seen more control over how many stretch goals there are, what they are, and limiting the number of individual items and the complexity of what that grid can look like.
I feel judged.
I'm
just saying.
I'll judge you.
I also feel but going to that, like I oversaw a crowdfund campaign well into the 1.6 million that the rest of the company felt very compelled to every time we had a milestone, they had to create a new stretch goal to justify it. And ultimately, when you pulled all that back, when you pulled the advertising money back and you pulled all the money spent on those stretch goals, it wasn't that successful of a campaign because you're constantly trying to
because stretch goals are retroactive
to
the entire back.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah,
and not for nothing. Like a lot of times, it's the complexity of all those stretch goals that make the final delivery late. Because we've got this game, but now we've got these 20 other things we've got to do.
All the little stuff.
And some companies don't even offer them. Like Leader Games, no stretch goals.
No, it's great.
They go, no stretch goals. You know why? Because we made a complete experience, and we are offering you said experience. If you would like it, you can get it, and if you don't like it, that's okay.
Yeah, I've seen that same thing. A pullback of stretch goals in the last few years, which I think has been what Paul said, the thing that has led to more failed campaigns than successful ones.
Right. I'm a big fan of here's the core thing. Maybe here's an expansion or some other content, and then maybe here's some sort of upgrade widget.
Yeah.
Right, that's great.
Yeah.
Give me the game, give me an optional expansion, give me an upgraded coins or
don't
meeples
need
or whatever.
100 things. You also you also don't need to give away your entire product line in your stretch goals. Like if you have 2 years of design, let it live, let it breathe.
One thing we're doing for a campaign I'm on right now to shamelessly plug it, the Guild movie. If you go to watchtheguild.com.
Yeah, because it needed a shameless plot.
It did. We're doing.
What's that?
We're doing daily reveals. So we're releasing a reveal of a pack that we've already built out that has like cool celebrities and cool like board game companies. We're announcing a bunch next week, but like we're just revealing what's in the game. So it's still fun.
Yeah.
It's still something new. It still gets you to come back to the page and be excited, but it's not burdening the production. We're not going, oh no, now we have to do a whole mini and do this and do that. It's not doing that. And that, to your point, it's more successful. People will deliver more frequently, and it's not going to be delayed, which makes everybody happy. And then there's no like weird exclusives that you're just like, oh, I can't get all those like thousands of minis that are just exclusive. Like there's some, but it's not infinite.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's shift into the next. So what do you see as our Kickstarter expert? Where do you think that cycle is going in the next 5 years? What did I say? I said
no, it's
crowdfunding.
It's like Kleenex. It's like Kleenex.
Yeah, that whole generic versus specific brands. I got crowdfunding expert.
Yeah.
What do you see the next 5 years? What is the cycle saying to you right now? And you can just tell me if you're guessing or you think you've got a pretty good idea.
No, I feel very confident that people are understanding that they can't be reliant on crowdfunding. Companies can't just rest everything on that. Because we've seen plenty of companies that one campaign doesn't go the way it's expected, and then the house of cards just falls. So I think more companies are becoming more sustainable. They're planning their campaigns out. They're pacing them out the right way. They're delivering before they jump onto the next one. And they're going into mass. They're going into their favorite local game stores more efficiently. And I just want to see these companies become more sustainable. I want to see the good creators not fall into the trap of I need to go from campaign to campaign. I need to become sustainable. So I think these campaigns that are raising anywhere from $16 to $26 million, I hope they have plans. I really do. We'll see. To be determined, but we'll see.
Yeah.
One thing that I've seen a lot of people doing is, look, we're in a time right now where expenses are up on everything, right? Plastics, moving it. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. It's very hard to rely on that Kickstarter to cover everything, but it can help bring down your marginal cost on units that you're bringing in for distribution, et cetera. So, I mean, it is helping to some extent. I've seen people that haven't done crowdfunding before that are looking at it to help develop a base number they know they're going to produce so that their at-risk number can be this amount so that they know they're going to hit their margin goals and be able to make money off of it, which is good. I've also seen a definitive pivot, and I think we'll see even more of a pivot to people recognizing that this is not where you make the majority of your money necessarily. This can be the best marketing activity you ever do, and it's one of the rare marketing activities that may pay for itself or pay for itself and allow even more money for the rest of your marketing budget. There's obviously a bunch of product that gets out there and has makes great profit numbers just off of it, but the vast majority, I think we're going to start seeing it where they become a marketing tool for what the next step is. They may help fund your print run.
Going more towards you see it right now trending towards more of a marketing tool than a sales platform.
On my end, I consider it primarily a marketing tool.
Yeah,
it's getting awareness of the product out there.
Yep.
And the big $3 million and $5 million Kickstarter, great. All of those can go on to sell that much or more in the marketplace afterwards because you got all those proselytizers out now that love the product.
Totally. I was going to say, from my point of view as a retailer, it's like the product is funding, everybody's talking about it, right? Whether or not I can back it as a retailer, I mean, right, ideally I can, right? But then what happens is it starts to fulfill, or even just, content creators or reviewers start to get it early, and then there's a whole second wave of buzz.
Yeah.
And at that point, if the original crowdfunding campaign has a late backer pledge, that's one thing. But even then, at that point, most people are sort of like, oh, well, it's coming to retail soon.
Right.
So then the interest starts coming to me. And by the time that second wave hits, that's something that I can capitalize on, and I can sell a ton of copies to people that missed the crowdfunding campaign. And that's usually a month or two before fulfillment.
Can I add one more thing?
Of course.
so sorry.
No, you're not.
The this is one of the suggestions I've given for the last 10 years, but I think it's more relevant now than ever. If you're doing some of your goals, exclusive cards, etc., do not just give the backer one. It costs you tiny amount more to give them 2 or 3 of a card that they can only use one of, or a component they can only use one of, because once you do that, those extra components are in their hand when the product hits retail, and now they can hand something to a friend. If they eBay it, great. Now you've created another person that bought that, so you know they're going to go buy the game from retail.
I like
Make
that.
sure that you are creating product to turn your alpha backers into your proselytizers for the game, and hand them things to encourage other people to buy.
Give them some support product.
Give them support.
I wanted to say
product
not for resale though. I don't like people eBaying stuff.
I like people eBaying it because eBaying it creates. I don't mind seeing it on eBay because it creates a value that those people recognize they got.
I think you're right. Right? Like
I think he's right, but I don't like people reselling.
It gives me the vibes. Totally right.
Exactly.
It spits me out, but at the same time, like it shows that the desire is there and it helps build the buzz.
Yeah.
Like we see it with Free RPG Day, right? Like our only rule, like the stores can do whatever they want with Free RPG Day. What you cannot do is sell it.
Yes.
However, there will always be end consumers that go get the thing and put it online and sell it, and we always get complaints from end consumers that are like, oh, the special die is selling for $100 on eBay. What are you going to do about it? It was like, no, it's not up to me. I put it out in the world. But what it's doing is it's showing that the stuff in that kit has value.
Yeah.
Right. And that helps us in the end.
Meredith, I think you have other points to make, but my question also was, in the next 5 years, do you see a trend that you would like to point out? Do you think you see a trend for the next 5 years?
I think the trend is TCGs and crowdfunding. Honestly, I really want to speak to Mike's point. Kickstarter as a marketing tool has always been my philosophy crowdfunding as a marketing tool. When I came in and started to have to oversee crowdfunds, I never saw it as, especially when you're in the publishing world, you're not a new creator. You have 4, 5, 6, 1,100,000 things under your belt. It shouldn't be a way to get a product made unless it's something new and off the beaten path for your general publishing library. It should be used as a way to create promotion. It should be used as a way to create interest, and it should be as a way to celebrate that product. And the way that I view crowdfunding going forward is that it shouldn't be the thing that gets the product made. It should be the thing that helps the product sell.
I have a trend I'd like to make. I've been trying to start in crowdfunding, which I hope we'll see in the next 5 years, which we did in our last campaign, which is when you're serving not just the gaming community, but the game store community. I've been waiting to figure out how to involve distribution, because I think that's still a critical piece that was being left out. And the most problematic fulfillment in a big crowd, especially in big crowdfunding campaigns like the BattleTech ones, the game stores were the hardest ones to fulfill, and where we made the most mistakes. So the last time we did this, we involved distribution. 3 different distributors say, hey, we'll give you, we took a bigger cut off of it to say, we will give you we'll give your stores the same deal we would have given them in the direct campaign if you will just do the fulfillment for the game stores. And the distributors actually did a great job. They were appreciative. They thanked us for it. They got more stores involved in that campaign than we had ever thought we would see in the campaign if we had done it ourselves. And I think at least for the larger campaigns, and I hope they had a good enough experience, they would make that offer to any of the larger campaigns. I'm not sure if that would ever work for a small campaign, but if involving all 3 pieces of the 3-tiered system, I think is something that can and should be done. I don't know if we'll make it a trend or not, but I think it should be at least looked at by the people who are running larger campaigns.
So rewinding to yesterday's conversation, I was talking to my husband about the 3-tiered distribution model, and one of the comments we brought up together was, why are distributors not more involved in crowdfunding campaigns? Because there is that absolute disconnect to help get more games into the stores. If stores maybe on their own miss a crowdfund or can't maybe do the backing, maybe a couple months later come fulfillment. And it's fantastic to hear you say that, because I think I spent a good 45 minutes explaining how I think this is a good way that distributors can help grow the bang for the buck. Well,
if you do the math, if you're running a campaign to the gamers, there's enough margin there to do some discounting, some cool swag, still make your margin, maybe a little margin plus. But when you start looking at the math for game stores back in your campaign, you have nothing left. And you're trying to give them a good deal so they also get involved and they're excited about it. And Paul and I have talked about this before too. And there's just it gets so tight because they start at their retailer discount. Using an existing system that already serves that client just, to me, makes sense. And it was the easiest thing we did, and everyone said thank you for it. And it's just like, thank you. I mean, I was, wow, so much off of my back on that one.
If I can jump in with one procedural thing, too, most of the POS systems that I've seen have a primary supplier listed for a product. If the first you get from the product is through your selected distributor, then from the beginning, your system's already set up to know this is where I get that product again. And it sounds silly, but so often, you guys do the Lord's work, okay? I'm sorry. The amount of work you have to do and things you have to keep up with, and that's one less thing where if you've gotten it from that channel, you know already to get it from that channel, and if you've got a rep that's very proactive, if that rep knows you got that product, now we've created that touch point. It's already in your system to get it from the right place. You're not going to miss it in reporting. You see that you need it. You know right where to go for it. And on their end, they know you bought it, so when they've got product or when they hear it's hot, they can call and check. So I think it's a natural connection. And again, if you think of it as at least being partially, if not majority marketing, you don't mind losing that front edge a little bit in order to create the ongoing business, and we need more ongoing business.
And there's nothing saying that your distribution level has to be at such an extra discount. Maybe it's a little discounted, but it still can just be your typical margins off MSRP, even if you're offering the game itself to consumers at a lower MSRP.
My next campaign, I am not going to fulfill directly to game stores. I will involve distribution to do what they do best. And that will get game stores more excited, I believe, as well, because they are already used to that system and they know they already have their preferred. All we need to do is give them the choice of who their preferred is for that campaign.
Yeah. Would you like that? Or you don't care because you're getting the game either way?
I mean, the biggest advantage there for me is getting a real invoice. Because one of the most challenging things about backing as many crowdfunders as I do is every time something arrives, my purchasing team or my receiving team is like, hey, such and such Kickstarter arrived. I was like, cool. Let me dig up whatever third-party backer kit platform thing or whatever where I can find the exact breakdown of all the SKUs that I bought, what we paid for shipping, and shipping it added later. That's a separate email. It's a whole mess.
I can see that.
No crowdfunding platform has truly. I think GameFound's doing some things. I think they're a little bit ahead of the ball, but most people haven't embraced distribution and local game shops at all, as much as they should.
But they should.
It's a massive network. It's a massive network. Someone should just partner with a handful of distributors and be like, when you go into, you can go in there and just order from the distributor you want to order from.
That's what we were testing, kind of part of that with the last campaign.
Pledge $1, and then Paul can go in there and just be like, I'm just going to order from, I don't know, GTS. And just log in, connect your system, and then order through them, and then you get the invoice, because that sounds miserable for you. I'm glad I don't do that.
So, John, last word on the 5-year trend. You got anything else you want to?
I hope that there's more people that do stuff in pre-launch that stops them from launching campaigns. They don't see the signals, and they go, ooh, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe this should go to mass, or maybe I should give it 6 more months. There's so many people that I've advised where they come to me. I had a guy, this guy Andy, who made this game called The Shivers. He came to me in 2021, and he went, here's my game, and he showed me this game, and I went, wait a year. And he was like, what do you mean a year? And I was like, wait a year, go to shows, build up a mailing list. He went to PAX Unplugged that year and got 2,000 emails because he just sat there and stood for 12 hours. And was like, do you want to play my game? Do you want to play my game? He got 2,000 emails. He ended up raising $700,000.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, that's amazing. And I just hope more people get signals. I mean, you've used it, launchoracle.com, amazing site. You can get these signals in advance and go, when's the right time to launch? Don't just go, I'm launching in September.
Restoration at this show is giving away an exclusive miniature to anybody that will scan their QR code and sign up
for the mailing
list for a game that has yet to launch.
They're using launchoracle.com.
Yeah. In fact, I know they are because I may have signed up.
There you go. So the more and giving away some cool free things, more people are getting more savvy to that. But again, look at the numbers, measure, talk to people that understand what I don't know, getting a lead for 70 cents versus $3 versus the cost of your backing versus the AOV, like all of these things. Figure out what the numbers are and then make a judgment call. Don't just go, we're launching in September. That's it. Why? Maybe you launch in the spring. Maybe you wait 6 months. So just a little bit more thought that goes into that. I think the industry will be better and everyone will be happier.
I agree totally.
You'll get your games.
All right.
And your invoices, hopefully.
So that we have gone through now a topic from everybody, I believe, on the panel. So now we get to our last bonus topic.
Is this your topic?
No, I already did my
It's
topic
the lightning
yesterday.
round.
This is the bonus topic. How AI hurts.
Oh, God, come on.
And helps.
Come on.
And helps the tabletop gaming industry.
This won't be controversial at all.
So that's what we're here for, though. And so,
I mean, I have my thoughts.
Well, let's go.
I think Gen AI stuff is garbage.
Word.
I think it's absolute trash. Yes, I heard someone say something back there. It sucks. It's all ugly. I mean, when it first came out, and I literally the day things launched, I was like, oh, maybe this is a cool thing. And then I learned about how it works, and I was like, this fucking sucks. Sorry, but it's just not fun.
We'll add a beep later. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not fun for the artists that create these amazing things and have so much value, and you're like, oh, I just press a button and it does the thing. Shut up. I don't know I know there's some people, I won't say names, that actually do the math and are like, this is how much energy it uses and whatever. I don't understand, but there's certain things that maybe it has use for, in spreadsheets or something like that, or comparing things. I don't really know.
Yeah,
but
that's not generative. That's when you're getting into
no. But there's still some kind of conversation that needs to go on about what's actually being done from a energy perspective versus if you hired someone. But I'm not smart enough to know those things, but I know definitively, and anybody who disagrees with me I think is wrong, that Gen AI sucks, and that hire amazing artists like Marie Enger and Quan Chai and all of these people, please.
And our writers.
Yep.
And our,
yes, writers. Good God. My mom got tricked. She bought me a book. And I got it, and I went, Mom, this is Gen AI art. And then I looked at the words, and I was like, this guy just pressed some buttons and made a whole book.
It's fascinating to me that people can't see. There are people who can read a post on social media or whatever and not instantly see that it was Gen AI.
Yeah.
Like the cadence is all the same.
My 70-year-old mom doesn't know.
No, of course not.
There's no way for her to know.
No, of course not.
It's crazy.
My 70-year-old mom knows, but she also comes from the tech world.
Oh,
here's the
you
thing.
have a cool 70-year-old.
My mom is really cool. Actually, if you're around Sunday,
mom's
you might
cool
meet
too,
her.
but-
So, but look, here's the thing too: is I am adamantly against generative AI for art, but also for writing. I was a journalist for 20 years.
Yeah.
My entire career is now written by Claude or GPT or God forbid Grok. And I know, shiver, but. I think something that actually upsets me a lot in our industry is that I see more people angry at generative AI for art and less so for writing. And it's really disappointing to me as a writer.
Why do you think that
It's
is,
because
though?
they don't consider writing an art, and that's wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
As a writer, it's rather insulting. You are correct.
Yeah.
But obviously, one of the themes I think we're all agreeing on here is that generative AI can hurt artists. That is a con.
Does hurt.
It does hurt. It does hurt artists. Except, I see some nuance in there. But I come down to: is there a way that this also helps assist in the tabletop industry, that it can assist us or does good things in the tabletop industry? I think there is, but. Is there anyone else that's going to support me in this before I throw my ideas out there and get
we have to define.
wolves?
We have to define generative versus assistive.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
Generative AI, and we also have to realize AI is a buzzword right now that's used to get investment
There's
money.
so much different
It's
things.
like
Machine
the
learning.
cloud a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It's like whatever buzzword. Assistive, I don't have as many issues with. I do have issues when it's trying to utterly replace the people aspect. You could call some of the efforts on customer service to get rid assistive, and it's not. It's a horrible experience. But there are assistive. I can go to some filters and be able to pull intelligent information out about pricing. About trends, about sales.
Research as a research
As
assistant.
a research tool, I think there's a lot of advantage there.
I agree.
And we accepted in the 80s forward that computers were sifting through massive amounts of data that otherwise people might be doing.
I watched someone who railed online about using AI at all, in any way, shape, or form, because of what it does to people.
Yeah.
And I've watched them go on Google and type in some, and rather than just use the full search engine, the little Google AI thing. Well, here I've all acquired, and they went right to the Google AI. Right. Didn't look for the websites. Went to the Google AI compilation and had no problem with that. I'm like,
a lot of people. If you have an
iPhone,
you're using AI every day.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But the one thing that the analogy that I've come up with that I think works, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong, and this is a weird one. So the way fat content was viewed in food from like the 70s to the 90s. You could look at an egg versus a fat-free cookie, and you would go, the egg's bad for you. There's high in fat. The fat-free cookie is good for you. Then over the next 30 years, we went, oh, the egg's actually better for you than a fat-free Snackwell cookie or something.
Yeah.
Snackwells. Yeah, Snackwell's fucking amazing. So
all sugar, baby.
Yeah, exactly. So like over time, we learned about fat, and we went, oh, like there's good fats, there's bad fats, yada, yada. Now I think we're in a world where like AI, it's like AI's bad. I think a lot of it's bad. I'm not smart enough to know what's good, what's bad, the actual impact and things like that. I think we all need to keep learning, but I think we just need to have a nuanced approach and like somehow have a conversation. I don't know with who. Are you going to facilitate the conversation with the world?
Maybe, but I think Meredith has something she wants to put out there. I'm going to give it to her to take a shot.
Here's the thing. What the AI is the buzzword. It is a buzzword. What it really is machine learning, and computers have been doing this since their conception, especially in the 60s. It's crunching data, it's crunching numbers. It's the generative AI that's kind of the new and scary route. But there are use case scenarios, and I'm not going to say on the art or creative side. A lot of us use Shopify as a platform for running our online stores and in-person stores. The Shopify AI, they call it, but to be able to go in and look through my sales data, to be able to pull up reports to see what's selling and what's not selling, it's gotten to a point that it is so fast and accurate that it helps me do my projections better. It helps me do my what do I want to make? What do I want to sell? Salesforce has been kind of basically, which is a big industry, sales data analytic platform, has been using what we now call AI for the better part of 15 years.
Well, it's a branding thing. It's like how a relational database and blockchain are basically the same thing. Or how my favorite is vegan leather.
Yeah.
It's plastic.
Exactly.
But it's vegan leather.
And I think that's the problem is the conversation isn't really being formed around it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
And it is nuanced. And I hate when things are, actually I love when things are nuanced. It's my favorite. But I've had some interesting conversations with some folks in this industry that will even use generative AI for prototyping. Because their response is, well, I could just steal images off the internet. This isn't ever going to be public. So where's the fine line? I'm not making a call on that. But I think it's interesting that there are even people who are like, I'll never use AI in the end use product, but they're using it on the back end product.
And right there is a place where, like, back to where is it good for the tabletop gaming industry? I know amazing artists who say, I will never buy anything if someone uses AI art in their product. And yet, I know they use it in the concept stage, just like they would use photos or other things.
Pose reference.
Yep.
Yeah, before they look at it, go, okay, I'm going to clutch them together. Now I'm going to redraw it and paint it. Now that I've got my ideas.
Yeah.
Like they used to do, what was it called? Mood boards.
Right.
What was a mood board other than almost like a manually AI scraped?
Yeah.
That you just scraped yourself.
Well, it's funny because I think Meredith and I'm not going to say names. I think Meredith and I know the person. We're both thinking about the same person. But that person had an argument with someone else that I knew, and it was like, no, you should use real art. And the person that Meredith and I know was like, so should I credit them, and should I call that person and tell them that I'm putting them in my deck and pay them money? And I was like, I don't know, maybe. Maybe that would be a better world. But I don't know.
And you mentioned some artists. I'm gonna try not to name names here in a minute. But you just mentioned hey, go hire this artist.
Yeah.
Catalyst hires lots of artists.
Yeah.
We have a certain level of artists we can afford to use.
Right.
I can't afford to hire artists who grew up selling card art to Wizards of the Coast.
Right.
They have a certain level of expectations of what even their smallest piece of art is going to cost. If I were to use that person to do my next RPG book, that RPG book would never make money.
I'll make an argument. Maybe the product shouldn't even be made.
I would disagree with that because they sell very well and they make money and I keep people employed. But I can't hire. Some of these. I have artists I really love who grew up doing card art, and I would love to hire them. I can't afford to hire that particular person, but I can hire Echo Chernik occasionally.
But there's different ways to do it. There's artists that I've worked with in the past, and I go, what's your rate? And they tell me their rate, and I go, I'll be honest with you, I can't afford it.
Yep.
But I can afford half, and if the campaign does well, I'll pay you double. and then you give them the choice. And
But
you go, do you want to?
But they usually they say I don't work for that little.
And then you go, okay, that's fine.
But that's okay. I
that's
hire
fine.
artists at a level I can hire, and I hire
Yeah.
all real artists. There are levels in this industry where
Yeah.
they can't even afford mediocre artists, and I'm not going to put it at game companies or talk
Yeah.
about the artists. I'm saying there are people who are really good at writing or designing, and they want to get a game out there, and they need a very reasonable budget way to get art, because without art, their product will not get the market, will not get any attention. That's how they grow to make enough money to then hire the art on the next level.
That's fine. Don't use Gen AI.
Right.
Just have an artist and give them ownership in the company.
Or go and pay for actual clip art that you have a license to use and
Yeah,
use that
make it
clip
look
art.
That's the other thing. Most stock art is all Gen AI now. If you
But
go
why
in
is
and
stock art
I'm
good?
specifically
I
not talking
know.
about
Why
the
is-
stock art that are doing
Yeah.
AI.
Why is buying stock art good and not hiring real art? And
If you're
instead of
buying
hiring real
stock
artists?
art where an artist was paid to create it and knew that they were paying it, they were creating it for X
Yeah.
purpose,
If they
and
did.
it was going to go into that.
Yeah.
There are some companies that you can find where it is stock art that's not AI generated, where the artists have been compensated for the work that they were doing.
And you can also design away some of those
you end
art
up with
problems.
the dragon that's in Word, but you end up with
nobody complained when Shopify got rid of webmasters and some of our Salesforce people because they weren't creatives.
No, this is a good
But
point.
They
I mean-
still took out
Yeah.
people from our companies and our industry
Valid
because
point.
we replaced them with technology.
Valid point. People are not complaining about truck drivers that are getting replaced, possibly in the next 5 years or something, but they're complaining about artists, and I think both are valuable.
Yeah.
So, like, we
Absolutely.
should, if we're going to riot, let's riot about both of them.
But we
You
won't.
know? No, we won't. As a society, we won't. We should.
Yeah.
So again, is there a place that generative AI even has a place in the industry?
I want to know Paul's
I think-
perspective.
I
He's
think
just
there is.
smiling
Yeah.
over
Oh, yeah.
here.
But let's put him on the spot.
You seem like a hardliner, and
I'm not a hard. I know what I know, and I know what I don't know.
And I agree with you. is basically where we're at. Yeah,
Let's all join hands and sing.
Oh, I keep punching my mic.
That's why I'm just smiling. I was like,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's kind of
Do you
where
think
that's
it can-
at.
but I also know when I'm stupid enough to not know something, and I'm like, just educate me. Like the power struggle, like literally the power usage. I'm like, I don't know the calculations.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
for me, I mean, ultimately, I think there's an argument to be made for AI to be used in things like medicine and science.
Sure.
Right.
Sure. Cure cancer faster, please.
Sure. Right. But to your point earlier, maybe this makes me a jerk, but you're like, maybe those things shouldn't exist, right? I mean, like, before the internet, journalism was a certain way. And maybe we don't give everybody, a platform for their opinion. Not in the way the internet is currently laid out, right?
That's why I work in the games industry.
Yeah, I
This
think
is
I
heading toward a topic we don't want to get
yeah,
into.
I think the culture has sort of shifted in a weird way where everybody gets a valid opinion, and now the real science or the real journalism is doubted because Joe Blow on the dark end of the internet says it's all a conspiracy.
Well, the Earth is flat.
Well, sure, right? Yeah.
I don't believe. I do not believe that.
To that end, like, I'm not a gatekeeper in any way,
Yeah.
but there should be some hurdles to getting some stuff out there in the world, particularly when it comes to
Totally agree.
yeah, and
Yeah.
if the trade-off is guy in his basement gets to make a game with computer-generated art, with AI art versus not.
Right. But I think there's ways to design out those problems. Like if a game designer is like, I need 200 pieces of art. I can't afford 200 pieces of art. Great. Rework the game so you only have 20 pieces of art.
Yep.
Spend some time.
I'm not sure that always works, though.
I'll convince you.
I respect a hardline attitude on this one.
Yeah.
There's a hardline attitude on the other side I totally do not agree with.
Yeah.
But I think there's something more towards your side of the line, but I am not as far over there. I think there are people in this industry who actually use this as a tool that they need at their level. But
Yeah.
I think you should be one of your first goals should be to get beyond that level to where you are in, because human designed art and writing, because we forget to mention
It's an art.
Art, which includes writing.
art, which includes writing.
Yes.
There is a level of emotional connection that a computer simply will not emulate without just like copying something. Get back to that they're stealing from us and then say, no, we designed this.
I mean, you
No,
play
didn't.
piano, you know.
Yeah. So, saxophone actually, but same idea.
I thought it was piano.
Saxophone, piano, they have
But
keys.
whatever. They're so close.
It's all the same.
So anyway, where did that come from? Thank you. I don't know where I was at now.
I was just trying to throw you off.
Yeah, you did.
We got him. You successfully did. It's so generic.
It's soulless.
Well,
it is often just soulless and
not protectable.
Well, I was going there. My next point. So I was going right there.
We got time to talk about IP law? What are we doing here?
We
Who owns Jimothy?
We get this out there.
Jimothy's representative?
So there is a point where nothing will ever compete with human art. And I think you should always be going there whenever possible, as soon as we can afford it, because that's where the emotion and the beauty is always going to be, both in writing and art. And that's why no one complained when we replaced webmasters and salespeople, because they don't see that while there's value in their work, it doesn't touch us. It doesn't touch our soul. It doesn't get to our hearts. I think that's why this is such an emotional argument. Mm-hmm. Now, and we avoided this. The biggest con, almost used in both senses of the word. Who owns this stuff? And we have no settled case law. Everyone says, "Oh, this has been settled." No, it has not.
Nope.
There is such a complete lack of legal precedent as to once AI touches something, who owns it. And this is not going to be settled anytime soon. No. And as a person who has made their living since, for like the last 30-some years as a writer, a designer, a publisher, my only thing I have to sell is copyright. Mm-hmm. Right. And the minute you give that up, the entire, our entire systems of our industry starts falling apart. Lots of industries start falling apart. You rely on protections to have something to sell, to keep people employed, to send people to school and pay their mortgages. This is all coming back to it has to be protected for a certain amount of time, and AI throws that right out the window.
And right now the AI companies are making billions of dollars, and many millions of those dollars are going to go into political means and lobbying.
Be careful.
Just saying.
We're not going there. Not going there. We do not have time to go there.
People, never mind AI stuff. People don't respect general contracts sometimes. Yeah. So I know. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but I know some games in there that are not even legally allowed to be sold.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Yeah. Why do we think they're going to respect AI art where their path is completely scraped from the sand?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that it's hard too, because going back to crowdfunding, different sites have different policies, and no one knows. I worked at Kickstarter for many years, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we have to figure out if things have AI on them." I much like you probably, I've learned to spot AI things pretty quickly, because I looked at literally thousands of campaigns, and I'd be like, AI. This person hasn't reported it. AI. Yep. And some people just aren't. My mom's not up on that. Some people just aren't up on it. So it's going to get even grayer, even weirder.
I mean, we get stuff in my store occasionally. Some of my buyers bring in stuff that's oh, here's a T-shirt, here's that, and I take one look at it and I was like, oh, that's AI. We're not carrying that anymore. It's just but not everybody has that instinctive.
Yeah, they're not sommeliers we are.
This monster has escaped the lab. It is roaming the countryside, terrifying the people.
Yeah, like Trogdor.
It's not going back in the lab.
Right.
This is something we're going to have to deal with for the rest of our careers.
But I don't want it to just roll over and die.
No. I totally agree.
It's out of the a lot of people are it's out of the box. You have to deal with it, and I'm sure, but I can still hate it.
It's so defeatist.
Yeah, again,
and
I respect the Heartland position. I think there's always I think we're going to end up settling somewhere, more toward the center from your position, but I don't know what that is, because
Godzilla always goes back into the ocean. We can get Godzilla to go back into the ocean.
Here's the thing, though.
Only after he destroys Tokyo or LA.
I know.
Here's the thing, though, with the AI, with younger generations who grow up with this and are more accustomed to it, it's going to become more commonplace. I think about my husband, who was one of the first digital photographers at CalArts. They didn't even have a digital photography program because digital photography wasn't seen as an art. Yeah. Now it's I have an iPhone and I can do an ad campaign, right? Yeah. So you think about the younger generations who are coming up that aren't going to have that same personal guardrails we have. So I think I worry it's going to be an inevitability that it's going to replace a lot of human artists, because there are going to be people that just simply grow up with this technology.
I think it will replace a lot of human artists, writers, everything. And I think our goal should be to figure out what is it we're trying to create. What guardrails do we want? Can we keep up? Can we keep up any of them eventually?
I refuse to just accept it. Yeah. I don't want to say it will. I just want to go, it's trying to, but no. Let's try not to. As a society, let's try not to.
Let's go. Last word around the table on AI and to try to keep it. Let's start with you because I already know what you're.
You want me to keep it PC?
There we go. Yes. It sucks. That's your thing.
F Gen AI.
Mike.
Generative no, assistive possibly.
It's generic and boring. Why?
It's 4 no's.
It's what?
I said it's 4 no's. Yeah. Yes, like
and
just no.
I mean, having seen this a few times, I think we're going to settle somewhere, not on the hard line, but it's here, and we're going to have to deal with it. And the question is, how do we do it without burning down the house because we don't like the way the fireplace looks? Wow, that was a really weird metaphor. How do we control it without burning down what's around us at the same time? No, that's kind of, I mean, again, I don't have the answer. I just wanted to talk about it because I think there's a lot of emotion about this, and there should be. Yeah. There should be a lot of emotion around this. But I don't know where we're going.
But we are out of time.
Yep.
We are out of time, and that's for smarter people than us to figure out. So I want to thank my panelists here who joined me for a second day on the second year of this roundtable, and I hope we do this again. In the meantime, we've got GenCon 2026 still in progress.
Game on.
Yep, and we got one more day, and then hopefully you're everyone out there having a good time. If you're not at GenCon, hopefully this has given you some insight, this whole channel, as to what's going on here. In the meantime, have a good day. Go play some games. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are once again back at the GenCon 2026 Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth in right outside Exhibit Hall D. I am Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs. I am here with the line developer for Leviathans, my good friend Bryn Bills, who I love dearly.
Hello, everyone. That feels so loud.
That sounds super loud.
That felt very loud. All right.
So daunting and terrible.
Yes.
But, yes, we are here today, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about Leviathans. Just before we do, though, I just want to jump in and make sure that everyone knows that we are here at GenCon 26 in lovely Indianapolis, Indiana. We've been here for 3 days now. It only feels like 50 for some of us that have been here all week. But it's a nice opportunity to sit down and talk about the lines that we love. So we're right here in the crossroads, and we have got thousands of people passing us every day. It looks like a really effective convention all around, so I'm feeling excited. But I know what you really want to hear from is Bryn, so we will dive right in, which is good. So, Leviathans, of course, is our beautiful, beautiful air-based fighting game. What's the best way to describe that?
What was the last word you just used?
Yes, I don't have any.
Was that Viking?
Fighting, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Viking game.
I swear it was like...
We did a Viking game, but that is not the Viking game that we did. No, that's a different story.
So this is awkward because on my schedule, I thought it said we were talking about why the second Star League was the best Star League. But
you were absolutely wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure. Anyways,
that is that is third Star League dumb. You know that. That is third Star League.
Yes,
dumb,
so obviously yes. I am the line developer for Leviathans, our big flying battleships World War I game. It has a big Kickstarter that we did a couple years ago. It is being sold at conventions now. It'll be going to retail soon. It is all about, again, alternate history World War I, where instead of wet navies battling it out, there are sky navies. And it's literally just like a battleship in the sky. These are not dirigibles. These are giant machines out up there.
Yeah, it's very cool. I very much enjoy the game. It's been a lot of fun to play and to learn. It is exciting. But then again, I'm an old-school BattleTech guy, so I love a lot of the dynamics. It is super exciting. But you love your... So how did you start with the game? How did you start with Leviathan?
Well,
we want to hear the history of it.
I mean, the easiest answer is because Randall made, the game as the mechanics stand, and I'm Randall's son, and so I was raised on the game. I know.
Shocking.
I know.
Twinsies.
Twinsies. But yeah, and so I grew up with it, loving the game. I mean, I've always loved capital ship games. I don't think there's enough out there, and we've talked about that
many times. I'm a big capital ship fan.
Love capital ships. And so, as we were relaunching the game, I was put in the position. I didn't even volunteer. I was voluntold to pick the line back up and go from there.
Which has been it seems like quite enjoyable. You've done a wonderful job with it. The items look great. Right now it's selling fantastic. We saw great sales at Origins. It was a bestseller at Origins. It's a bestseller here right now. I keep seeing it getting restocked, so that's really exciting.
Yeah, no, it has been fantastic. I mean, it has been an experience and a half. Mm-hmm. There's been a whole lot of learning curve because I've done nothing at this scale before at all. Plenty of mistakes were made all around, but the product in people's hands, everyone's been so happy with. And the miniatures have been amazing. It's been so exciting to see everyone have that in their hands. I do want to, before people are going in the chats real quick, for the retail have not gone out yet, and the reason retail has not happened yet is because EU and Australia have not finished their fulfillment. I've literally been in contact with these people because I took over finishing it from someone else this year. All of the product is now supposed to be at the hubs. I just got an email like 2 days ago that the Europe stuff landed. And so when I get back home, I will sleep for a day, and then the moment I wake up after the con, it will be finishing all of the paperwork so that all of that fulfillment finishes for that so it can finally go out into retail. So that is the status of the rest of it.
At the end of today, everyone will have their stuff.
I don't think that's what I said. I don't believe those are the words that came out of my mouth. But
that might have been
if Michael wants to be responsible for that, I can give you the email out.
I can be very clear. Michael is very rarely responsible for anything, so that is good. But no, that is beautiful, and that is appreciated. And we know that we really want to make sure that all of our Kickstarter backers have the items.
Yes, I mean, they paid for it, and they definitely...
Yeah, no, it is
they deserve their stuff, and we are sorry that it has taken as long as it has. The world has just become such a ridiculous place.
Shipping is difficult.
Shipping is...
As you all heard just a few minutes ago on the Industry Leaders Conference with Lauren Coleman. So you heard these bits and pieces. Right now, shipping is difficult, and in other countries...
Geopolitics being what they are, things are exciting.
That is very true. That is very true. But speaking of exciting, once they have these items in their hands, what can they expect moving forward? What are the items that we currently have here that are going out right there? So the beginner's box?
Yes, so there is the entire, the main product line there is the starter box, which is 2 German ships and 2 French ships and all the material you need for a quick start version of the game. Then from there is the core rulebook that has all of the standard rules you need for anything Leviathans, all the different unique slots, different ships, everything you need. From there, you've got the different fleets. There are 5 fleets that we right now have like a real line for. The Germans, the French, the Italians, the Russians, and which one did I not say? British. And they've got a fleet box, which gets you started and everything you need, as well as a bunch of unique ship packs. And all of these are pre-painted and pre-assembled. You open the box, you put it on its stand, they're ready to go. Super easy to get into. There are also some cruiser, so a single ship for the Americans, Japanese, and Austro-Hungarians, but they don't have full fleets yet. There's some extra stuff, some extra maps, some plane tokens and stuff, but that's kind of the bulk of what we've got going on at this moment.
Sounds good. So we've talked about what we've got going on at this moment. What's going on in the future? What's coming down the pipeline?
Yes, so we've talked about it before, and I actually just met literally today with our manufacturer. And the second thing I do when I get back after I sleep and then proceed to get all that information out there is send off all the remaining information to that company, and they will begin production on the American fleet box, the Austro-Hungarian fleet box, and the Japanese fleet box. Those are the next 3 things, and that will really, as I've talked about in the past, that'll fulfill the original promise of Leviathans, which is these 8 major factions all being playable. After that, there are 2 more specific things we want. One of them is a new campaign box, because people have been loving the campaign boxes. And so we will be doing a campaign box centered around South America and the battle between the Americans and the Japanese in that region, with a heavy emphasis on like Brazil and Argentina and part of that conflict, that geopolitics of there. And then a Hindenburg Fort box. Nice. They'll actually have the Hindenburg Fort from the Operation Hannibal campaign box as a miniature. And so those are the next 5 things that I would love to get out over the next 12 to 18 months. What happens past that? There are plenty of ideas, but there is nothing set in stone.
Are you sure there are no other wars that can be covered after that?
No.
No? Just plain no?
There is nothing set in stone at this moment.
There's nothing.
There are many ideas. There are many cool things. Nothing is set in stone after those 3 to 5 products.
Sounds good. I believe you, Bryn, 100%.
Sure. I feel it.
So, absolutely, that is cool and wonderful. So that is nice and that is exciting. Can you tell us what... So you're the line developer. You are the passion and the heart behind things right there. What keeps you most excited about Leviathans after all this time?
I mean... Right now, I think my biggest statement is just finally seeing it in people's hands and people loving the game. I mean, there's a guy... An older gentleman I met at Adepticon that came by and each day would buy like 3 new packs, and then the next day he'd come by and buy 3 more packs and talking to us and giving us some harassment while saying how much he loves it. And then he was there at Origins again, buying a couple more things. And I just saw him at GenCon last night and waved at him and, talked with him, and it's just... so exciting to see people playing this game that they've all been waiting so long for. And as a rule, people saying, like, oh, obviously, it would have been cool if it had come out earlier, but it was everything we wanted it to be. The ships are everything we wanted the ships to be, and that's just been the best. It's been amazing. And I am so excited to continue to see more and more people just enjoy the game.
That is really exciting, and I feel very good about it. Thank you so much, Bryn. I appreciate that. So we are from here. We're going to go to a couple of questions and see what the community as a whole wants to talk about right there. Because once again, we're really excited about this. But this is Fireside Chat. We want to take at least a half an hour to ask Bryn Bills what he thinks and what's going on. I ask him that all the time, but you should have the same joy. So the first thing I've got here is Leviathans, which is super cool. What questions do we have? Question: Weird War Flying Saucers supplement when?
I am sure that Lauren and Randall will just randomly do that without telling me and put it out as an April Fool's. But
absolutely,
I have no specific plans at the moment for that, but I'm sure it'll just happen because I can't stop them.
War of the Worlds expansion, apparently April 2027. Bryn Bills has told us that. Randall Leaks, thank you.
I believe what I said is that someone else might just do it.
Absolutely. Randall Leaks, we got that. Could we have the point values for the floating fortresses, please?
Yes, that is going up with, like, there's a whole FAQ set and new fleet points, and those will be going up very shortly. It got caught behind all the new changes to the Battletech website, since it all has to go through the same person, but that is absolutely on the list.
He likes big ships, and he cannot lie.
I cannot lie.
Very true.
Now that's going to be stuck in my head.
Question: When will Bryn learn the difference between the Great Father and the Founder?
Who is that from?
Dan Cowden, 8770. Weird Battletech question.
Yes.
Interesting.
I think I know the difference, but now I'm suddenly so... Did I say something somewhere else?
Not today that I know of, but could be anything.
I mean...
Same person is going, how do aircraft work in Leviathan?
So, I don't know if that's a mechanical or a lore question. I mean, mechanically, they're just little tokens that they have out on the board, and they operate in similar ways to a Leviathans in the movement and firing, but they absolutely are still very much their own thing, and they are always just supplemental, and they are not as powerful, they are not as cool as the Leviathans are. Very much like vehicles or infantry are in Battletech. Lore-wise, most of them are just biplanes. There's a couple of the bigger bombers that we do depict having some sort of use of the magical fluid that makes Leviathans fly, but for the most part, they're still fixed-wing, heavier than aircraft.
Cool. Could we get a capital ship card for the Swiss and Scandinavians, allowing them to be used in standard games?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Could we get a capital ship card?
Oh,
for
a capital
the Swiss
ship.
and Scandinavians?
The answer to that is eventually absolutely, but there is nothing specific at the moment. But that will occur.
Cool. Where can I find the beautiful art for Leviathan?
I mean, our website has quite a bit of the art up on there. I don't know if we've got a full gallery on there at the moment, which I think would probably be a good thing to do, but I'm not going to commit the website guy to anything on a random stream that I can't, promise. So the rule book has most of the art. I mean, all the fleet boxes have little card inserts. The website has some of it, but I don't think there's a more specific,
Josh, you heard him. That means there needs to be a full.
I didn't say that.
Full art.
See, he's trying to commit. He's trying to get commitments out of things I said.
I don't understand. Randall Leaks. That is good.
Stop.
Any plans for fiction beyond the Bill Keith trilogy?
The answer is again yes, but nothing I'm willing to commit to at the moment. Absolutely yes. I know John wants to do more. I know a lot of people that want to write in it. But there is nothing specifically planned that I can announce right now.
We got one from Big Bryn, but why though?
But why though could be so many things. Because big battleships are cool would be an obvious answer. Because the Second Star League is the best. Because I'm tired. It's one of those three. I'm going to commit. Those are one of the three options as my answer to that. Locking it in.
As only 1 and 3 are actual things, we will go with one of those two. That is lovely. Pirate Queen of the Andes.
I mean, I know that's been asked, and I absolutely want to do Pirates and Leviathans. There is just no specific timeline for that.
Will there be aircraft carrier?
The answer is I absolutely intend for there to be some version of an aircraft carrier, but we have no commitment to it at the moment.
Everything seems to be in kind of a theme right here. Are there any plans for introducing a Sky Pirate / Privateers faction?
The answer is there's absolutely plans and there is no commitment. You're going to catch that a lot there because we've got, again, outside of like these 5 products that we know we want to do, we want to do everything, but we're not going to end up being able to do everything because time is one of those finite resources of the universe. But we would love to do everything that people are talking about here, and we just haven't decided which of those things are going to happen when. I want to do Pirate Queen of the Andes, I want to do aircraft carriers, I want to do everyone's sub-faction. I just don't know when or how or why each of those are going to occur.
So you're committing to doing everything?
That's still not what I said. And I'm getting a little concerned about your desire for me to commit.
I love a good commitment. We're all a little committed here. Brand of leaks. All right. Some actual good questions here. Isn't an aircraft carrier kind of ironic for Leviathans?
So it's actually we've just because we've had these debates on how this would develop. I mean, originally one of the questions was just whether or not fixed-wing aircraft would develop at all with Leviathans existing. Yes, the answer I've been just given is yes, and I agree with it, which is why it is in there. And part of it, truly, I wanted them in the game because I think they're more fun. But I do still think that they serve a purpose, and being the fast... I mean, especially in World War I, aircraft were not these pivotal machines of war as much as... I mean, they were scout craft. For 90% of their role was just looking out there and seeing where the enemy was. We want them to, of course, play a little bit more of a role as these little, gnats flying around the fighter, around the bigger ships.
We are getting a tornado warning in the area until 6 p.m. Take shelter. Apparently there's water pouring into the gaming area. That's a little interesting right there.
Do we need to be dealing with that?
Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. I'm feeling pretty sturdy, so...
Very exciting.
Yes, indeed. Brent, I think... okay, the water is being handled. Thank you so much. On a separate note, Brent, I think I left something outside. Would you be so good as to check that for me?
No, so, funny aside, if I may, our Urban Mech is normally up. And so we've only got the Urban Mech. Luckily, one of the blowers blew out. And so I took down the Urban Mech this morning completely independently. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are presently under a tornado warning. Please remain calm, but it is necessary for you to proceed to the interior rooms of the building. Security personnel are standing by to assist you. Please move away from any windows, docks, or exterior walls. Thank you.
All right, folks, for safety purposes, we are being sent into interior areas. We are actually closing here at this point, so we'll be back tomorrow morning. I appreciate that. Thank you for all you do. It's an exciting day, and we'll talk to you back tomorrow. Thank you all. Have a great day, and keep rolling and stay safe.
Bye.